Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Gannon, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in as we've got some breaking news, folks. A rare show because we've got some great, beautiful breaking news, and I'm about to drop it if you haven't already heard it. And that is that the Seattle Seahawks have made a signing, and no, just much small signing at that. They have brought in a top 5 center for the position, depending on, I guess, how you want to rate it or rank it, of course. But I think certainly for how he fits into this scheme, you can consider him so. And, of course, as long as he is healthy. And that is one Connor Williams, former second-round pick by the Dallas Cowboys, most recently with the Miami Dolphins, after a long, tense negotiation that saw Drew Rosenhaus pulling out all of his tricks of the trade, including trying to push John Schneider forward a little bit faster by playing a little bit of the footsies there with Baltimore. Well, maybe he'll just go to Baltimore, John. And John's over there like, I know Baltimore don't got the money. I know they don't got the money. Don't Drew me. Don't Rosenhaus my ass. I know what you're doing. I've been here since 95 on this. I know what you're doing. And John evidently didn't take the bait. Got a very, very nice deal put into place here. A 1-year, $3 million deal that can be worth up to $6 million, which we will cover in a second. But this is a deal where you are able to take advantage of a situation where, unfortunately, this guy got injured at the end of the year as he was going into a contract season. It is tough to have that happen. It's brutal for these players when it goes down in this way. It can oftentimes cost them a lot of money. This was one of the nice things you saw about our Seahawks organization a couple of years ago when Quandre Diggs had his foot turned sideways. They still came back and gave him a very big contract, made him a top 10 player for the position in the NFL. Coming off that major injury, heading into year 30, Miami not looking to do necessarily the same as they got themselves into some cap peril. And he was playing very good, having a great, outstanding season. How good of a season was he having? Well, he was, at the time, a top 5 rated center by PFF. Now, I know many people want to dog PFF, and what is that worth? And again, it is on a little bit of, I wouldn't call it sample size snaps, but essentially he had a lot of his snaps cut down by the fact that he, of course, did get injured a little bit later on in the year, and so didn't have a full season. But he had minimal enough snaps to be considered on that ranking of centers. And as you can see, as I'm posting up here, he is on top 5 state of things. He was the second-ranked center, technically speaking, with Miami last year. And to put this a little bit in perspective on this deal and what it means, and we'll get to the injury front of it in a second on this, but just taking a look at this, for what you want to guide off of or not guide off of with PFF on this, when we go and we look at the NFL contracts right now for centers at the position, and I go look at Frank Ragnow, number 1. All right, is he a high-paid center here over on the contracts? Oh, he is. He's the second highest-paid center on there with a $54 million deal. Okay, well, we got Connor. We just signed to a 1-year deal. Drew Dolman, I don't have him on a deal here quite yet that I can see. He's not even on here on the low side, so they seem to be having him at a pretty good discount. In fact, he's all the way down here at the bottom, 44th. He's making $4.5 million right now. So Drew Dolman's coming in at a pretty nice discounted cost for Atlanta. We got Creed Humphreys, who's about to sign a record-setting deal for the Chiefs. I would estimate that this deal will come in before the start of the year, and that he will be made that guy, that highest-paid guy in the sport when that does happen. Drop a tier for the Eskridge pick instead. I know all of you are going to fill the comments up on that one, but he's about the point being to be the highest-paid center. And then we go to Eric McCoy. And where's Eric McCoy on the list? Numero uno. $60 million contract. So why do I love this deal? Why do I think that this is marvelous just right from the onset of looking at it, and this ain't me being a homer? It's because you've got a top 5 level of ability center that you're paying for peanuts on the dollar versus what the competition's having to pay for that equal level of production. Center is not a position as you look through the draft on a yearly basis, and frankly, there's been a couple of these positions that have just started to become this way. I don't really have as much of an excuse or reason or understanding of why it's this way, but you do see it as a given trend throughout recent drafts. Tight ends, centers, safeties. You don't find yourself going into any draft saying, hey, the deepest positional group's over at those ones. They're hard to find. You find one, you got to pay him a lot of money. Not the Seattle Seahawks, not John Schneider, because He was patient. He kept his cap space waiting, as he says. Improving the roster is a $365 a year day job. It is not just for the offseason or for agency. It is to be done at all times to go, hopefully in earnest, to be able to take advantage of market opportunities. And this is a market opportunity. It's unfortunate for Connor that he had the injury when he did with the ACL, which probably prolonged the rehab and him getting up to 100%. The money is all gone off the board at this time by the time you become 100% or close to it. Now, is he or isn't he on that? That's the part we'll see, because Drew Rosenhaus says it's the most miraculous recovery he's ever seen in his agent life of any player. He had this, what was looked at as almost catastrophic like knee injury at the end of last year, and yet he seems to be at 100% ready to be healthy, 100% ready to be good to go for game one based on what we're hearing. But this is the nice part, again, I like about the deal on top of the value structure, is that you're not paying for what he was, you're paying for what he is going to hopefully be for you. And that's if he's at the high end of what he is. He comes out, the knee's dodgy, he comes out, can't get over this. You still got your 2 stack of centers behind him. You're nonetheless hurt. You're $3 million out of pocket. No big deal. He goes out there and balls out for you on that center position. He gives you top 5 level of play for the position, as I just showed you on the contracts on the prior. That's still a deal. It's a 1-year deal, and the average per year is still below anything those other teams are doing. Is this a 1-year situation? Yes. But could this also be he comes back out, plays great, still a fairly young player, and you come back around next year and have a little bit of an inroads to re-signing him then to a contract extension, if that's what you want to do? This opens the door to you as that as well. You have taken this deal. It's a value add. It gives you a lot of flexibility. You've made sure you can do the rare thing in NFL contracts where you actually put it really mainly incentive laden in order to make sure that you are getting the returns back that you hope you're getting in taking on this guy, and that he can improve the line in this way. I'm not expecting or hoping necessarily that we're going to get quite to maybe a top 5 impact from the center position here this year. It'd be great if he was. But we just want to see it improve from where it's been. Austin Blythe, Evan Brown. It's not been a good run. And quite frankly, it's pretty much not been a good run since we had about Max Unger in here, minus 1 season of Ethan Posick after he had washed out at 2 other positions and finally settled in at center. This has been a while. This has been a position of problematic issue for a bit. It would have been nice to see Nick Harris or Olo Atimi maybe have, by this point, locked that in and been able to be lock solid in there. And teams like, that's our starter. We're rolling with them. Here we go. Neither of those 2 guys really, it sounds like, really stepped forward and took that on. And within Olo Atimi's case, he just kind of keeps getting, it sounds like, a little bit nicked up and dinged up. And that's probably, no doubt, hurting a little bit of his progression as he's tried to become that starter. But this guy has been that kind of player here for a few years. He's not a 1-year off. When I show you that, with the PFF stuff and all that, this isn't him just suddenly last year the light bulb went on for an 11-game period and you got a sample size of him being good. He's been good for some years now, going back. He's put a level of consistency together and indeed was on his way to, in many ways, maybe having the best year of his career last year, before he did go down with that injury. So there is a little bit of that you can also maybe feel good about in what he brings to the table here, is that this is consistent in the past. It really is going to come down to the health of the knee. And if he is truly healthy, because if he is healthy, he's going to be out there and play well. That's been his recent track record. And this comes around to why I also feel good about him fitting really well into the scheme and system. And why he would do good if he's healthy is that he fits really well into this scheme and system. When you look at his combine, when you look at his movement in space, and I've been going back over the last couple of days and watching some tape on his time there with Miami. I'll be showing you guys a couple of cut-ups in a second of him to kind of give you a little bit of an idea on him. He is very athletic. He has a very ease of motion in movement in space. Many of these big dog guys down inside, when they start getting to move, it's, you can feel every flap of fat flapping, with him, he's just getting down there and getting right up to his block, and his movement base. So reach blocks, pulling his space, climbing to the second level, getting out in front. I'm going to show you one block here in the set where, he not only hikes it, gets an initial hand on the nose tackle, but then peels out around the edge and still gets out in front of the running back to help spring the play. So when I say that he's got the mobility and the athleticism and that stuff is really in his bag, and that this is the requirement of the scheme. This is what you need now in this scheme. It's a part that I've drawn so much hopefulness in this offensive line, finding improvement by the transition here to the new scheme, because In Charles Cross, you have a guy that comes from an air raid background at college. In Abraham Lucas, you have a guy that comes from an air raid background in college. In guys like now Christian Haynes or Connor Williams or Bradford or Harris, go through litany of these guys, they all fit to this mobile-based scheme that's going to ask you to do more of moving in space, being comfortable moving in space, getting lateral at times. These type of things are really a bedrock of what Grubb wants to do with his offensive linemen, and you've got to be able to do it. Again, in the past, we've kind of wanted it to be something that we'd like to have of our linemen, but it's sort of been, if it's the fourth or fifth thing you're good at, that's fine too. We just want those other things to be right, and we'll be good. So less of this just mashing the guy head up, more about getting out into space. But I'm showing a comparison here, as you can see, with the raw relative athletic score, where Christian Haynes is even a little bit behind Connor Williams, and Haynes being a guy known for being a really good mover coming out, known for being very athletic, maybe the best moving guard in this past draft. So this gives you a little bit of an idea with Connor Williams about that physical ability that he does bring to the table, and that is legitimate and real. You do feel it on the tape. You'll feel it on what I show you here shortly from him. It is very impressive, and it's going to help this offense function at its best. We came into this offseason, I said, man, rebuild the trenches, John. Get the trenches built up. Make it a strength of the football team. You've started the process off with Charles Cross. He was the beginning point, basically. He was the starting revitalization of this offensive line. You took him 10th overall in the first round. It was a shot across the bow of Seahawks fans that have been begging for this for years, of improve the offensive line, get it built up. Come on, let's go. And then you came back third round. You got Abraham Lucas. Those two guys, along with Lucas's knee health, can hold up, looks good. And he's continued to kind of bit by bit build this along through the last few years. But there's been that room this offseason to go out there and make more of a stronger move. I wanted to see this Connor Williams move made with a free agency, and then you pattern it with a really high draft pick. And I would have felt like, okay, that with the work you've already done into the offensive line should bear out to an offensive line that starts to play really well all around. And I believe in this now. And so he's been able to do what I kind of wanted to do without having to spend $50 million, $60 million to go get that prime asset to put him in there at that center position. And he's brought in a guy that fits the scheme purely too. Not just a good player, but then fits the scheme as well in addition to it. So this is going to be nothing but one of those deals where it's going to be hard for me to find a balanced lane here to say, well, there is this downside here. It's a $3 million deal. If it goes to $6 million, it means good things have happened. It means our offensive line's probably playing really well if he's getting up and hitting those incentives. It's only for the betterment of the team if he's kind of hitting those incentives at that time. So a wonderful deal all the way around here from the Seattle Seahawks. They patiently waited to make sure they got the deals done at the numbers and the right numbers at that. It's a one-year deal. There's no long-term risk here either, as far as if there is an injury, if he can never get back out there and play again. But again, reportedly, he's passing his physicals. He's good to go. The whole point of these negotiations going on in the first place was the fact that he had been checked out and was good to go. The miraculous recovery, I guess, indeed was real. Let's look at a couple of just cuts, if we can, of him. I won't go too far into this. I just want to give you guys a little bit of a flavor, if you will, here for kind of what you get with Connor Williams at the center position. I think the first thing that stands out when you watch him is that he is a blood and guts kind of center. You think about centers as being real scrappy, get the job done by any means necessary. Robbie Tobeck at a recent lineman's camp down in the South was talking a little bit about this light bulb moment he had where a coach was referencing him of just, Robbie will just fight the guy. You can't beat him physically. If you can't beat him on being bigger, faster, stronger, he'll just fight him. He'll just get in there and maul it out with him. And indeed, that's a bit of the player you have here. He's got the athletic ability. He's not real uberly powerful or super long with the length, but he's really smart, really savvy, a technician for the position, and things that I think will stand out to you here as you guys watch him on these cut-ups. All right, so we got Miami here right out the gate, the Chiefs on the other side of things. The center position will be Connor. Some of these are just nothing fancy, and I want to note this play first because I just wanted to say part of what's going to make this hard on some of these cut-ups, and we're going to learn this with Miami during the year, is how quickly the ball is out of the hand of the quarterback, especially when we're trying to look at the pass protection stuff. Because everything with them throwing the ball is getting Tua and the ball out of Tua's hand as quickly as they possibly can. It works. Their offense kicks butt with it. Here, not asked to do a lot other than just lock in on that center one-on-one, but he does get the job done there. One place that I really like with them, and one spot you always want to see with centers, is can you do the 2 blocks on one play? I know there's a technical term I'm forgetting on this, but can you get to 2 blocks? Can you first help out your right guard here, as he does with 74? And then can you peel off that block after you've gotten forward movement and get down to the next defender cleanly? And then there's the hole. Okay, so let's roll it again. I'm going to roll this one a couple times. This is the little, when I say savvy technician stuff, this is the thing that's hard for centers to do, get on with the timing. You get a lot of centers here that'll get stuck on this first block and just start to push this guy off, get off too late, not get to that next defender. But here, the running back's got a very clean, easy lane to know where he needs to go with this ball, doesn't he? Locks right on in. Hands are a little wide. Don't like that, but the timing's right. It's not going to get called, but very rarely eliminates the second player from the play. So again, 2 blocks and 1. 1, 2, running backs freed. May look easy because you don't actually technically block a guy. To some of you, you might go, well, that's not how, why is that hard? You just got to hit one guy and then just barely stand in front of the other guy. It's not easy for these guys. And he's a lot more athletic, in how he's doing it than guys typically are at the position to do this. Again, first block, notice, is he on this first block when you watch him just barely tapping him? Is he just doing the bare minimum? Is he just touching him like some centers do on tape that I watch? They'll just get the 2 hands and then get to the second level. Get to the second level. Or does he actually get some push and then down to the second level? Now, in my opinion, his left guard sells on him here completely because look at how he gives his left guard. Look, he pushes the guy out for the left guard, and the left guard still loses him to his right inside. So that's not his fault. The 96 comes back and makes this play. That's the left guard not understanding properly where the play is going. Because if you're the left guard here, you're supposed to then peel the defensive tackle around your left shoulder, make the pathway long for him. So move yourself inside there, but that's just his kind of stupidity. Not Connors on this play, who does play well and gets down to the second level. Another one here against the Chief. Again, this is going to be and I'm going to play this a couple times. I know you can't sometimes always catch it off the rip, so I'll play this a few times. So we've got Connor as a center first, lined up here over the nose tackle. One tech takes him on first, heads up a little bit. See how he's not trying to actually move him off the ball? Just get in front of him. Don't lose any position. Don't allow any penetration. Then get yourself out to the next level of things. And he leaves the screen. See how fast he is? He's gone. He's out of the screen. So he's quickly then out front. You see him moving quickly. He helps out Tyreek Hill, who can't block nothing. I'm going to help you out, Tyreek. Helps out Tyreek there a little bit. Tyreek's like, thank you, man. Tyreek goes, looks for somebody else. You can see then Tyreek's man. 58's the guy at the left-hand side of your screen with 31. That's your Connor Williams. So you can see first, I come up, I take the nose tackle, I get back out in space, I help out here with Tyreek Hill on the edge, eliminate the edge. He's 15, 20 yards off the ball here from when he snapped the ball. And the player doesn't have a chance to make a play. So nicely done. One more time, just regular speed. Boom. Look how quick he gets out there. Locked on. His targeting systems are correct. His targeting systems are right. Something that shows out with him quite a bit. One of my favorite plays of his right here. And this was the play I was telling you guys a little bit about a second ago. Back in the day, there was a guy by the name of Dermontti Dawson. He was a Pittsburgh center stealer. And they made a big, huge kerfuffle back in the day. Because he was one of the first centers who could snap the ball and then pull out in front. That was a huge thing back in the day. Like, so those guys just didn't do that. They'd snap the ball here. Snap the ball here. Snap the ball here. They're in their little closet-sized space, and that's where those centers used to operate. Dermontti Dawson sort of flipped the script and started to make this a little bit more of it'd be kind of nice if you could pull out in front every once in a while. That does kind of help the offense out. I mean, that center is, if you think about it, unless you've got a true 3-4 situation set up or a true nose tackle and a zero tech in front of him, a lot of times there's a guy, he's unguarded basically. So to pull back out in front is a little easier. There's not a guy to just shoot right back into his gap in his lane if you're going to do that. So lock in on center here, right in the middle of the screen with 95 right across from him. Watch what he does here. Because to me, I feel like this is just such an outstanding play. Not because of the finishing part here, where he's 30 yards down the field, eliminating, I think it's a safety there from the play, eliminating the safety from the play. I mean, you talk about, like I say, targeting systems. I got to go find that safety. Look at that safety in the bottom left corner from when he's pulling off the ball here. I got to go find that guy 25 yards down the field. Out in front, timely. Look at how he's right in time with things. The running back's not at his back. He's not slow to get out there. And then lays it out. But this is the part to me that blows my mind. Right here. Right here. Right here. Why, Brandon? Why does that blow your mind? Because do you know how hard it is in the first place to get out to this place? To get out to the spot where you're pulling out in the lead on time out in front? To also have taken a beat of a moment to say, let me just help out the nose for a second. You know, he's unblocked. There's no double team. I'm going to eliminate him first. Timing of the play, I know. I don't have to push him off the ball. I don't have to push him 5 yards down the field. All I've got to do is get a hat on him for a minute. Bang, peel out in front. The smoothness of this is not stuff you see from centers. These are not the type of plays that they can pull off. The guy would be, if he just to get to the pole, would be out pulling out, running his ass off right now more normally. But to eliminate that block first so that he can get out in space here, wonderful play. Nice play design, of course, by Mike McDaniel too, but just one more time, one of my favorite plays here. And again, shows his quickness and just ability to get out in front. Second level blocker, requirement in this system. Can you do that? Can you snap the ball and get to a linebacker who is smaller than they've ever been, quicker than they've ever been, harder to get your hands on than they've ever been? Here he shows you, yes, I can. Direct snap, get to the second level, neutralize number 9. Get his body swung around. I mean, look, you've performed your second level block pretty well at this point. Not only have you gotten to it, but you've got yourself swung around here so the back and the defender has no chance to get back to the running back. He's going to have to take a long route to get around to that back. He's been eliminated from that play. So snap, second level, steer yourself around, savvy technique, great block. Another second level block here. Again, get down to the center. Center just gets all pussy here, in my opinion. You know, he starts getting all puss. It's holding. Oh, he blocked me too good. I'm going to do the spin move and throw up my arms and hope an official saves me. Save me, official. Save me. Nobody's saving you on that. That's clean. Get down. Feet moving. Linebacker eliminated. When he locks on his block, he hits the block, he eliminates the defender. Scrappiness. Getting the job done. Doesn't it always have to look pretty? No, it does not have to always look pretty. Sometimes it's going to look quite ugly when these guys are having to do it, especially when centers are having to do it all on their own. They're buddy guys. They're used to having a little bit of help. Okay? Take a little bit of that help away. Their footing is a little bit not as good, but get the block done by any means necessary. Does this look a little bit dirty? Yeah, a little bit. Is it a little muddy? Yeah, there's some mud on the boots. Does it get called? No, it does not. And again, take note of just how freaking fast Miami is trying to get the ball out of Tua's hands. It's wild watching them. They're going to be fun to play, but holy moly, they are there. But again here, nose tackle, feet moving well, loses his feet, still doesn't give up the sack. It is not called. Is it on the line? I call it scrappiness. That's what I call it. Here again, it's going to be matched up on the nose tackle. A little bit of help at first. This guy peels away to go help out Karlaftis off the edge. So his right guard goes to help 73. That leaves 58 one-on-one. 91 does a good job of ripping him, trying to rip him back across. Now he's definitely holding on there. But hands are inside. Notice the hands inside? When your hands are inside and you're holding on, it's harder to spot. Especially on the inside, all that traffic, and it's hard, all those bodies are in there. So when the hands get to the outside shoulder, that you're going to be on noticeable display there. But he's got his helmet kind of inside his hand. You can't really tell. Keeps himself in there, torqued up. Okay. Touchdown. So he'll get the job done. It ain't always going to be pretty in pass pro, especially if you're going to match him up in it with a nose tackle. But he ain't getting beat either. You're not just going to blow over the top of him like we saw Austin Blythe, like we saw at times Evan Brown have happened to them. Reach blocks, what are they? The reach block is that I do not have a man directly in front of me. I've got to reach out. I got to take a lateral step post-snap to reach my block, to hit a reach block. It's not like I have here with the right guard, for instance. The guy's right across for you, right? That's not a reach block. The guy's right in front of you, or the tackles. This is where you've got to get out into and to get into that guy. So he's got to get over to 95. Quinnen Williams, one of the best defensive tackles in the game. Now, does he get a little bit of a beat of help here from his left guard? Yes, he does. For just a second, but this is the way that this works for centers. Still gets himself into a controlling position, feet moving, shield him off, body turn from the running back, like I showed you on that other clip. Just a steady block, but it's a reach block. This is that difference I tell you about. What do I mean when I say you're not having to drive a guy off the ball? You're not just having to meat plow a guy down the field. You're trying to get yourself in front sometimes and just shield away. You got an initial double help to help you out a little bit there with 95. He's not even, look how his help is. You can see the help's not there doing anything really. Just putting the body in front of it. It's all he's got to do too, is just remain stout. Don't allow the penetration. You don't need to get as much push. This is the new side of football, the new school of football. As a center, you need to have quick reactions. Something you also see from this guy. This is something that is another one of those like center skills that I would say is not even a guard or center thing. This is a center thing you have to have. You got to be at one block, committed to that block wholly. And if you see new developments coming down, you got to be able to change off that block. So look at our center here, 95 first, onto 95, allows the running back to get through. So on 95, look at him. See, he's blocking 95, but those eyes are on 9. He's got 95 controlled. 95 just in our back pocket right now. We're good there. I just need to take care of this guy as soon as the running back goes by me. And just almost an innate understanding of the back being right on his hip there, of the timing of this. Gets right off, gets him out, back gets through. Mobility in space. It's a beautiful thing in this game. How about at the point of attack? You say, Brandon, okay, he can do all the dancing. You say, all right, he can mamba. He can salsa. I've seen him do the Charleston. But can he actually go mano a mano? Can he actually hold up one-on-one against a big dog wanting to throw him on his butt without any help? Sometimes these centers don't always get help. Sometimes they got to take that nose tackle on when he's heads up over the top of them. This is zero tech, heads up. So this wouldn't be a reach block, right? This would be what I'm talking about, where you got him face up, heads up. You got to take him on. Plays going to his left. Plays pretty much going at his, it's kind of an outside zone that gets pushed inside. But he gets his block laid. He does his job for the most part. Plays kind of a slow developing one here. And part of the reason this doesn't look good for him is that the back's rerouting inside. So the play's supposed to go outside. But as you can see, Tyreek Hill loses leverage on his block instantly, which blows it up, forces it. So from Connor's side, he's understanding because he's that smart, savvy player. This has just got to go out wide. I don't have to necessarily cut this guy off the hole behind me, but the back decides to turn it up, which the back had to do. Another point of attack. Again, on the heads up on the nose tackle, right over Connor's side here. So he's got to take that nose tackle on. He's got to actually force him out of the hole here. Does a pretty good job. This play's basically made by the linebacker here. getting around 2 blocks. Look at these 2 guys here. As Connor gets his job done, you have a center and you have the guard here. They then have the linebacker in front of him. Look, they both spot him. Got him, right? This should have been a big play. I'm sure Mike McDonald just cursed this play. There's 2 of you and neither of you decided to block him. Neither of you decided he was worthwhile. It's kind of like they both were like, you got him. No, you got him. No, you got you got him. I said you got him. I said you got him. But that's not Connor's fault there. He got his job done there on the nose tackle. Well done. Another reach block here against the Patriots. So we got the nose tackle in front of him. He's going to go over there and get the 3 tech. I guess he'll go get the 3 tech over there, basically. Gets to the 3. Doesn't have to do a lot. This play's going so fast. You don't have to push the guy off the ball. Just get to the block, though. He's not going to be in front of you. You're taking the lateral step. Don't whiff. Don't allow penetration. Penetration where? To where the play is going. Pretty good pass pro reps as well. Not often asked to do a lot of the one-on-one stuff. So and really this is the hard part about trying to find good pass pro reps with Miami, to be frank with you guys, because there's so little true 5-7 step drops. I mean, 2 is like 3 steps, it's out. 3 steps, it's out. 3 steps, it's out. But there are some of these reps like this against the nose tackle, one-on-one, controls him, hands inside, feet moving. 2 eventually scrambles after going through 4 reads. But a good job on his part. Another play here where you get to feel how far out in front he can get on times. There's a lot of linemen here. You go, man, they're to this point, they're lost. But watch him here, get out front, climb to the second level, can't get to the linebacker, look for another target, find one, cut him off, bust the run out a little, about another 10 yards out. How? Just by keeping your feet moving, getting out to a spot, making something happen. When he does find a body in space, he eliminates the body in space. I'm not talking about he takes their head off. I'm just saying that he gets out in space and makes sure that he handles that guy. So he's supposed to get the linebacker here. The timing of it is the linebacker takes a very good instinctive step or 2 here to his left, and that cuts off the pathway of him being able to get the linebacker. Connor knows he's got 2 other guys out here to help on that linebacker, so then peel back to the safety. Take care of the safety. Smart player, savvy player. Another play here in pass pro. Nose tackle, heads up. Watch how quick the ball is out of Tua's hand. It's such a kitschy offense. It's so gadgety. It's just like, whoo, whoo, whoo. It's like, man, the guy's just got to hold on for 2 seconds in pass pro. But is what it is. Again, here in pass pro. A little bit of a further throw down the field here, which I liked. He also, what I dig about this is this is kind of a reach block in pass pro. He's got the nose tackle in front of him, but he has to get over to the 3 tech in pass pro. This is not an easy pass set for a center. I got to get to that 3 tech, and then look how strongly he just controls that 3 tech inside there with his hands. Just controlling his hands in there. There's nothing about that that's on the line. There's nothing about that's close to being a penalty. It's one of the fewer deeper drops for Miami. One-on-one with basically a 3 tech there. Very impressive. Another spot of him here in pass pro. Again with a nose tackle. Again, another throw. You guys can see I went through some tape. I was like, my God, this is going to be hard to show some pass pro stuff. This is Miami's offense. It's wild stuff. It's wild stuff. We got him against the Raiders, nose tackle. You've seen a couple of these reps already. Tyreek runs it in. But nose tackle over there. Gets his hands inside, feet down well, doesn't give up a lot of space to the player. Tua's got a nice easy pathway to make this throw. One-on-one all the way, no help. So he can do kind of everything you need a center to do from the position. Is he going to be dominant with it? No. Is he going to get the job done with it? Yes. Little fade ball here. Hard to really take much of this with pass pro again because the ball's out so bloody quickly. But again, he's handling the nose tackle here one-on-one. No problem. He's only got to hold up his block for about a half second, though. So more moving in space here against the Jets. Another just climbing to the second level, 58, getting to the middle linebacker, 44. Boom. Get him walled off, as we've seen a couple times him do, so I can get to the second level and I can wall that guy off. Play goes to hell because nobody else gets their block done. It's a complete mess everywhere else. But Connor does his job here, and I know he makes this look very easy and simple. I can assure you it is not for centers. I can assure you that I can see a lot of centers in the draft that if we're looking for a center for a mobile scheme, they would get eliminated at times because they just can't comfortably pull these kind of blocks off where they're moving in space. Again, moving in space. Again, targeting system accurate. Is it him just Trent Williamsing a guy down the field and taking him for a ride? No. But does that defender have any chance to make that play at any point here? No, he doesn't either. Screenplay, out in front 58, get on the defensive back, stay on the defensive back, keep the feet moving. And this DB here is trying to run around him. He's trying to use those legs to get around the big man, and it's like, man, he can move like that? How about a Chris Jones rep? Everybody likes a Chris Jones rep, right? It's not a pure one-on-one Chris Jones rep. I'll give you that. Okay. It's not a pure Chris Jones rep here. I'll give you that. And again, you're seeing Miami throw the ball so damn fast. But middle of the screen there, Chris Jones stonewalled up a little bit. Jones initially goes against the right guard, peels into him. Yeah, not bad. And one last little second level here on the Chargers. Really put on a clinic in this game and getting to the second level, moving in space. Really impressive. Gets out to 9, gets walled off. So again, center position, number 9. See, 9's already moving here. He knows he's got to get over to that spot before 9 does. So 9's already starting to kind of, he's reading it. He's like, ooh, this is going over here. That's that pre-snap motion stuff and how it can move linebackers. This is why you like pre-snap motion. You're manipulating the linebackers. You're making them go where you want them to go prior to the snap. But he gets out in front. Quick hand on 8. I don't have to worry about 8. My running back's going to be gone before number 8 does anything here. That's why he doesn't stay with 8. Savvy, technician, good understanding of the position. I don't have to hit this block and stay on this first block, because if the second I'm past and that linebacker drives in the backfield like he does, what happened to that linebacker? Caught in the wash. Completely out of the play. So he just gets a single hand, gets to the second level on 9, walls off 9 like I've showed countless times already, eliminates the defender from the play. These are what he brings to the offense. This is the player that Connor Williams is, and this is just part of the reason why I love this signing, and I think that this is going to be an absolutely great player here for your Seattle Seahawks and what he's going to bring to the table, because these are all going to be the type of blocks that we are going to require from him in this scheme. He's not doing anything really differently here that he wasn't asked to do out there with Miami. Now, there's going to be certainly differences in the offenses, but motion-based stuff, moving in space, reach block, second level, all that stuff's going to be baked within. And you did it, and you got it for really a marginal cost. So celebrate this deal, Seahawks fans, because these are the hard deals to come across in the NFL. If you're going to get productivity, you're going to get certain productivity, you usually got to pay for it. Now, the injury situation comes up. Is the ACL one that we've got to monitor and track? Yeah, it is. But it's also one that's very unpredictable. ACLs, by sometimes us as common fans, will think of it like they do. Players just bounce right back off of them after a year now because medical science is so far advanced. And that does happen for some players. But then we do see with other players that there's a little bit of some time or extra time that needs to be undertaken for them to get that right, to get that okay. And that very well could be the case with him here. But again, by all accounts, he seems to be good and strong. And the Seahawks have built that insurance policy within the deal by making it so that if he's going to be paid a good amount of money past, just a little bit past veteran minimum even, he's got to be healthy to do so. He's got to hit those incentives to do so. But let me know what you guys think. Do you love this deal? Do you like this deal? Or are you not as in on this deal with Connor? Is there a reason that you might have with it that you don't like it? I'd love to hear if there is maybe one that I might have missed out on an angle on this that I hadn't considered with it. But it was hard for me in thinking about this one. We have a lot of time to think about it because it's been reportedly in the works for quite a bit of time. So it's been hard for me as I've been turning it over to find the downside of it past being if you had signed him to a 3-year, $30 million deal and you didn't know walking in if really, truly that knee was going to be okay or able to hold up for that matter. Here you get a prove it season. Here you get to kind of rent the car for a year, see if you like it. And if you like it, you turn back around next year. And if he loves the culture, you can maybe sign him to that deal and you don't mind to do so at that point. So just so many flexible points that this takes the Seattle Seahawks for the position. And I maintain, as I've said over and over, one of the reasons why I wanted to see at the forefront of John Schneider's plan for the Seattle Seahawks this offseason, making the offensive line a true strength of the team, is because it's my belief, and nobody has yet pushed back on this against me, it's my belief that any NFL team out there that said, we're going to make the point of emphasis to do just that, or make our offensive line that strength of our team, that there's never been that team that's come back and been like, we put too many damn assets into that offensive line. If we weren't just so busy making that offensive line such a juggernaut, maybe we would have gotten a linebacker or two. I've never heard that ever said. Seems to me that the teams that invest in the offensive line get the returns for doing so, but it takes it as a point of emphasis. It takes it as drafting a left tackle 10th overall in a draft. It takes it by making multiple offensive lineman draft picks multiple years over and over again, as the Seattle Seahawks have done recently. You got your Cross Lucas, and the next year you come back and you got Bradford Oluwatimi. And the next year now we come back and we went 3 stack deep in this particular draft. You went Christian Haynes, Satoa Lumea, and then you went Michael Jarrell in the 6th as well. So you've continually, on each draft, not just grab like one a draft, we'll get an offensive line to make you feel like we're addressing it. You've been double dipping 2 at a time on this. You've been adding some veterans like Laken Tomlinson and Nick Harris into the mix. Now you're bringing in Connor Williams. This is how you now start to build it into a potential strength. And if the Seahawks offensive line can become a strength, this offensive line that was 28th in pass protection according to PFF last year, which looked like that on the field, take out their grade as much as, if you don't like PFF, fine, but throw that one out, toss in the toilet. Anybody that watched that Seahawks offensive line last year, anybody that watched that Seahawks offensive line from week 11 onwards of the prior year would tell you that it was in piss poor shape across the board. It wasn't opening holes in the ground game. It was not holding up in pass protection for Geno Smith, who was under a lot of times inundation of pressure. And it certainly was not an inventive scheme or one that was on the cutting edge as far as really pushing the limits in the NFL to try to maximize those players dealing with those limitations. Let's call it that. Seems like they've started to turn this around. This is a really big sign, though, for your Seahawks. And final point I'll make on this before we'll look in the chat and see where you guys are kind of standing on this deal is that we've been long wondering throughout this offseason about the potentiality of the 2024 Seattle Seahawks. What can they be? Where can they go? What is the highest heights that they can hope to reach? And we've said, well, if this happens, and if that happens, and that there is this pathway to becoming a contender this year, that you're going to walk into this and all of your national pundits and all of your national speaking voices on the Seahawks, nobody that's a local person is going to say, it's probably a 3rd, 4th place team. Hell, even if they want to be super trendy now, the super trendy pundit move is to say the Cardinals are going to be the team overtaking the Seahawks. Seahawks will be obviously in 4th place with a new coach and no Carroll and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But if they're going to supersede that and get above that, we've said this has got to happen and that's got to happen. The one thing that we were hoping on that was looking less and less certain is that we could actually get some impact from the center position. Not that they were holding on for dear life, like they're on the back of one of those bullet trains. Their little legs are up in the air, not that, but they were actually able to bring a level of impact to the position, the likes of which we haven't had since guys like Robbie Tobick or even to a more degree, Max Unger. This guy now gives you that. This guy provides this on top of all the other things that we'd kind of hoped, and this gives you a little more, not certainty, but this gives you a little bit more bump to this year. It's a 1-year deal. It's for the here and now. It's a move to tell you we are here to try to compete this year. This is not a team that looks inside of itself as far as organizationally speaking and says, we're going to Loserville this year. We're tanking for Quinn Ewers. They're not saying that. This kind of move signifies the extension even to Julian Love to free up the money to make sure they can kind of get this deal made. Signifies that this team understands there is a pathway to success this year, contending this season. It's not to say that it's going to happen with certainty, but you get a lot closer to certainty with this kind of move. You guys let me know what you think. Love this move, though. So happy to see that it finally came down. Ravens were making me nervous. Ravens like to snake us, man. For being a bird of prey, they're snakers out there. They snake us in the draft. They snake us with the signings. Okay? I thought this was coming in. But it was just Rosenhaus doing his dirty Drew Rosenhaus stuff. Which I get. He's got to do what he's got to do for his client. But it was getting freaky there for a second. Thank you for watching. Please do, if you guys could, for me, please hit that like button. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Let me get to you guys over here in the chat. Sorry I was long-winded on that, but I had a little bit to cover on this one, man. I had a lot to cover. I wanted to get into it. Duquan Quack 2498 has been a member for 32 months. Duquan. Thank you, man. My quack man. Thank you for almost 3 years as a member of the Hawks Nest channel. He says, we just got a dog to road out that interior. Yes, we did. This is a old school center type guy in there. He is athletic in the new model of what you want from the position, but he's old school in his mindset and his approach. He's going to get in there and get it done. He knows how to help out his guards. He knows how to do all those little things detail-wise driven that you want to have from your centers in that position. He's going to be a great communicator in there. He's going to set the stage very nicely in that position, and this is a huge upgrade from where the position was prior. You could just about make as big an argument that we just made as big an upgrade to any position on this team that we have throughout this offseason with this move. Randall McDaniel in the house. Thank you, Randall, for the $5 donation. It's great to see you, brother. He says, I'm glad John Schneider went and got this done. If he plays well, we either have a center of the future or a comp pick. Low risk, high reward. Another part that I hadn't even considered or discussed upon. Thank you for that, Randall. Which is that, okay, you get through this year. He reaches his incentives. He balls out. He's nasty with it. And then you go into the offseason and you go, yeah, we liked you. We don't want to pay $50, $60 million to you. Oh, you went and had a Pro Bowl year? Oh, you were second team All-Pro? Yeah, but we don't want to pay that. We want to put our money in just other places. We think Olu's now starting to finally ready to come along or whatever they may be. We're going to go draft the guy. Now he goes and signs that deal. And now, like you say, Randall, now does that open the door to a comp pick down the road? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And we certainly saw this last offseason. The offensive lineman prices, even the interior offensive line prices right now, are rising, are climbing. We got our first $20 million a year guard this offseason. But low risk, high reward. I always say with those kind of deals, it's hard to be mad at it. It's hard to really pick those ones apart and get too much into it. What's the downside? You know, and these are the type of deals you seek out. These are the type of deals that we hunt for time and again. And we've snagged this one. So bravo to the team on this one. It's a smart deal and a smart approach to go get this guy. Thank you though, Randall. Appreciate the $5. Randall with another $2 donation. Says, Pat's out on Ayuk per Shefty. Gonna get dealt, though. I'll tell you what. It's been an exhausting situation to watch as a person that's not a Niner fan. I mean, you guys see it coming up on your feed. It's on the news. It's been very drama-laden. And it's gotten old. It's got to have gotten old for that organization too. And maybe it is that what they're doing here is they're just kind of playing the old game of chicken, where you do that old thing. It's like John did a couple of years ago, Randall, where remember he called Cleveland, and I think some people took this the way that it wasn't really intended by John to do at the time, because everybody now will try to tell you, well, John was trying to trade Russell to Cleveland. It's like, no, what he was trying to do was say, hey, I called Cleveland. You want to keep insisting on $60 million, or do you want to? If you want to do that, you can go to Cleveland. We can do that. We can make that move happen. He didn't intend to trade from Cleveland. He wasn't going to move, but just it was like, hey, here's the reality of your situation. You can stay in Seattle here now at this price, or you can go to Cleveland and get your price. And Cleveland's the ultimate card to pull out, right? You want to go Cleveland? It's like when they used to say in the movies back in the 80s, send him out to the station in Alaska. See what he thinks about a 3-year tour out there. And that's a little bit of, I feel like, maybe what they're doing here with Ayuk, because you've heard maybe the Steelers are out. If you're hearing now from Shefty that the Pats are out, well, okay, what does that leave here? As far as I've heard, we've got the Browns about the only other team on deck. And so then it has just become Browns or bust. And that whole deal to me didn't make sense, because that one then involves Amari Cooper, which I just don't quite get from the I guess the Browns just get younger, but then you also have to pay a big money deal with it on top of it. I don't know. That one was just a strange one to me on that parameters of that deal, but interesting that the Pats are out. That was another team that didn't make sense to me either, with the fact they just drafted 2 receivers in there. Snail, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the house. Gluten Taco says we win it all. I like the confidence, Gluten. Let's go. Deviant says playoffs locked in. Yeah, they're. I'm feeling more locky. If you guys got your bets in on the 7.5 that Vegas had, you're feeling pretty good today about that. We were talking about that on the last show. Thomas says, I believe this is a big steal. I like Oluwatimi, but getting Williams is a major get. Indeed. Representative says, great news. I officially have optimism. Hell yes. 360 bets, I pray to God Lucas plays. We got some encouraging news recently, 360 bets, that Lucas is looking better and better and closer to getting back into action. And with that PUP, he can be activated at any given time. So we'll see if it happens soon, but it's looking good. Looking real good. Jessica, how you doing? Who is the center of attention? His name is Connor, last name Williams. Former second-round pick, and he is a badass. Jason Anderson, O-line glory, here we come. Oh, you guys, it's been a long time. You're not going to know what you've seen. You're like, wait, this offensive lines can create holes? Offensive schemes can do things to confuse the opponent? You allowed to do that? Yeah, you are. That's not against the rules? No, you can do that. Wow. Misfit says, Kenneth Walker, all-pro season incoming. Oh, yeah, brother. Eric Turney says, Super Bowl, baby. I love the optimism. Let's go. Jag Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez says, let's effing go. Thomas says, I wish they had signed Connor to a multi-year deal. It's probably hard to do because I'm sure there's still just some worry about that knee. And if I'm speaking from where, if I was in his standpoint being John Schneider to make this deal, though it would be tantalizingly right there at your fingertips to say, yeah, we could just do like a 3-year deal and we get him on a little bit of a discount, We're on a 3-year, $30 million deal. Ragnow's going for 50, 60, or Eric McCoy going for 50, 60. Well, we'll go on a 3-year, 30. But the knee, where's the knee? Is it truly up to snuff and good to go? Do you want to take that risk on that kind of deal with that, or let it play out a year and then take it from there at that point? I think I would have taken the latter as well. Herbicide says, I'm hoping Lakin and whoever we put at right guard have an amazing season. Me as well. Hopefully those 2 guard spots can solidify themselves now at this point, because everything else seems to be pretty well taken care of. Duran says, good evening, sir. Hawk of the Nest. Good evening, fine sir. How you doing? It's good to see you. Good to see you, sir. Hope you're doing well, Duran. Thomas says, now I'll ask this. If Pete was the head coach, would Schneider go after Connor Williams? Yeah, I think they probably would have. Because the last 2 centers that they brought in, Thomas, were both in the mobile build a little bit. Evan was a little more trash can-like than Blythe. Blythe was a little more mobile-based, but Pete had opened himself up a little bit more to the mobile-based lineman inside. So I think he would have. He would have liked his scrappiness. Devian says, so would you guys pay him top money if he has a season equal to his last 4 seasons? Yeah, I would. I think that if you get in the next offseason and he's that guy and he's playing up to that place, I don't have an issue putting that money out there. Because I do think that you're not necessarily going to find something in free agency that's going to be equivalent. Because those guys just don't tend to reach the market if they are good. See Creed Humphrey, who's just about to sign a contract extension. And I don't know if I'd anticipate it depends a little bit on where the draft will be at, but recent history says you're not going to have strong drafts when it comes to center. So if you've already got one in your back pocket that's here, that's vibrant, that's still at a young enough age to where you don't feel bad about throwing a 3-year extension on top of him at that point, do it. Get out the last of his prime and let it rip. Doesn't cost a compensatory pick of you at that point if you do go to an extension, because he is in-house. Paul says this was an unexpected signing, even with all the rumors. 100% agree, Paul. It's one of the reasons I didn't go live yesterday or really have done any kind of videos discussing this, is because I just wasn't quite sure. Is this really gonna go down? Is this really a feasible situation to happen? I mean, and with as long as it was taking, usually once they come into the city, they get the physical done, and negotiations prolong past a day or two, it tends to be in the NFL that player then moves on to a different place. It doesn't tend to be that they end up staying or remaining or end up signing the deal there. And he did. It's great. Mom and Pops, how you doing? It's good to see you. Random McDaniel, thank you for another $2 donation. It says, how much does this help our guards? I think it's a huge benefit to the guards, because you have a center who has played the position for years, has played it at a high level, understands how to play the center position in a way of not being he's purely dominant at the center, where you'd say it's like you have it's like you have a guard at center. It's like you have a guy that can do what all the stuff you'd ask a guard to do. He doesn't just have to sit there and help block, but then he's not good as a help blocker. He's not good at getting the 2 blocks in one on a play or doing up. He can do all that stuff. He'll be very good in helping those guys out there. Versus, we don't necessarily know if the team here, Nick Harris, I think, could quite be up at his level of it. So fairly significantly, I would say, both in the run game and in pass protection. Because based off of what I saw with Connor, he doesn't typically... you don't see a lot of free blitzers coming up through his gaps. You don't see him missing a lot of things. He tends to be on the nuts and bolts of where he needs to be and how he needs to get it done. And I think, Randall, that's part of the signing getting done, was maybe they weren't feeling like they were getting that from the current centers that were in place here right now on the roster. In fact, I would probably say that's likely to be the case. Appreciate it, though, man. Thank you for all the donations. Mo Maggot Yalin, thank you for the $2 dono. Says 2022 Colts had the highest paid offensive line. Indeed, they did. Yeah, indeed, they did. That's definitely an investment. I don't know if they look at that situation, though, necessarily, Yalin, and they say, boy, we should have put less money in the offensive line. I think the situation with the Colts is you look at it over the last few years, and my evidence for this, Yalin, is look at how well Gardner Minshew played in that offense once Richardson went down. And when Richardson went down, he didn't go down due to poor pass protection. He went down due to the fact they were using him like a running back and having him do read option stuff out to the edge. So did the Colts last year, to kind of the functions kind of I was saying, did the Colts last year come to the end of the year last season and say, man, we put too much money and too much investment, because I know they have first round investment in there too, into our offensive line? Or did they say, man, we're snake bit at the quarterback position? We went from this guy to that guy to that guy, and then we were like, the hell with it, we'll just draft the guy. Then we drafted the guy and he got injured. I think that they look at it more like, man, that's what dinged us more than anything else. I think that they would actually, and I could be wrong on this, Yalin, but I think if you actually ask that GM, he'd say money well spent, investment well spent in that line. Thank you, though, for the donation. Appreciate you. Randall with another $2 dono. Guess for week 1 starting 5 on the O-line. Abe a go. I think Abe's getting to the spot where we're probably looking more likely that he's 4 weeks out in the season. I don't know if I think there's even a feasible argument to be made that the team is looking at Abe Lucas and saying, with that knee this year, we don't want to put 17 games on it. Maybe he's good to go right now. Maybe he could practice right now. Maybe we just want to be ultimately 100% sure, and then we're not going to make him go onto a full. We want to look at him in the long term here and what's going to be the best for him long term, which is to give as much of the time as we can to that knee in recovery and getting it back to right. And so I think he's probably still out through the first 4 weeks of the season. I think George Fant is your starting right tackle. Laken Tomlinson is going to be your starting left guard, I think, at the start of the season. I do believe that Connor Williams, based on what we're hearing, is going to be ready to go on that interior, and he's a vet. He'll come along really fast. And then, yeah, I think it's probably Haynes. It doesn't sound to me like Bradford has really jumped forward and taken hold of the starting right guard role. Clinton Curtis has played pretty well, but I think at the end of the day, we get through preseason, Haynes will be your guy there at right guard. But that's what my instincts on Abe is what's going on with him. They're just being very, very careful. That maybe there's something in there with this surgery on this that he's got a good likelihood of recovering, but the more time you can give that thing to just fully recuperate and make sure that it's 100% health before you start putting it under that strain of practicing and all that, I'm sure the doctors have said probably the better based on what they're doing. It is a guess, though, Randall. Thomas, thank you for the $5 donation. You guys are very kind, as always, on the channel. I really do appreciate that. Thank you, Thomas. This is my favorite part. Seattle gets stronger by getting Williams, while Niners are getting weaker by losing Ayuk. And now, CMC is injured. Well, you guys know that one of my favorite pastimes at times is giving Jesse over there at Last Second Sports a little bit of ribbing. And one of the fun parts about this signing, from my perspective on this, Thomas, is that he was doing everything but screaming from the top of the mountain over this offseason for the Niners to go out there and take Connor Williams, to go jump on Williams, because the Niner fans have been going through a little bit what the Hawk fans have been going through in recent history here, saying, why can't we build a little bit more on this offensive line? Why aren't we building this up more? This needs to be more of the strength than what it is. They recognize Trent, but talking about the rest of it, especially after McGlinchey kind of left in there. And so they were looking at Connor, and they were getting starry eyes for him as well, Thomas, but they don't got the money for that. They can't throw those incentives in there. They can't toss that $3 million in there extra. That's $3 million is a little too tight. And so I know he's probably sitting over there just like, really? And Seattle gets Williams? Oh, God. So you guys better believe I'm going to be giving him a little bit of tough time when I do the behind enemy lines on that one, especially if Williams is playing well. Woo! That's going to be fun. That's going to be fun. I'll give him a little bit of hell for that. But Niners are, if you're looking at tea leaves and Niner tea leaves right now, those tea leaves are getting grinded up, and they're not forecasting a great successful season for the Niners. Now, San Francisco's been here before, and they've been through tumultuousness before the seasons began, many times before, and they have been able to steady the ship, and the waves stopped splashing over the bow, and they found themselves out on the open sea and rolling by the start of the year. So is there a team that's been able to find that functionality setting once the year hits, even if they look like things are in a bit of disarray in training camp? They've been a team that's been like that. With that said, I think their first-round pick, Ricky Pearsall, is now on his third injury, dealing with a shoulder injury. CMC's got a calf strain, which is always worrisome, especially for running backs, because that's one that can be one that lingers and lasts. And the thing we've talked about with CMC is that he is at that spot that running backs get to, where you get past that 2,000-yard carry mark and that body just starts to break down. It starts to be almost like Agent Smith in The Matrix. Inevitability, Mr. Anderson. It's a bit like that. So they've got a little bit of those things going on here. I think they've got a couple of their injuries there at wide receiver. They haven't necessarily looked always good in camp based on the reports I've heard from the Niners. So things are looking maybe a little bit up in that balance of things, Thomas, to your point of things. But yeah, Ayuk seems to be at this point a foregone conclusion that he's going to go. But boy, the way the Niners have played this and how painfully strained out this has been, there's a part of me that wonders if they've been just sort of trying to play that card of, we'll get him to double back eventually. We'll get him to realize eventually, I don't want to go to Cleveland. I don't want to go to Cleveland. I don't want to go, Kyle. You don't have to go, Brandon. You don't have to go. 27 million is fine. 27 million is fine. I know it is. I know it is. They're just doing that 4D chess on their players. Niners are kind of cold-blooded with their guys on negotiation. Like, Bosa had to fight for his money. Debo had to fight for his money. They're a little tight with the purse strings out there, man. Joseph F., thank you for subscribing to the channel, Joseph. I really appreciate you doing that. Do me a favor too, please, folks. If you aren't already subbed up, do get subbed up to the Hawks Nest. I'd appreciate it. It doesn't cost you anything. It's free. Free. Nothing. And it helps this channel out tremendously as we are on the road to 20,000 subscribers this year, hoping to get to that spot if we can. And you're helping us get there a little bit closer today, Joseph. I really appreciate that for you doing that. Daniel Bailey with the $2 donation says, what do you think our offensive line's upside is now, 1 through 32? Ooh. So when I look at the first 10 games of 2022, when we had Geno Smith playing at an MVP-like level, we also had that offensive line playing at top 10 offensive line state. And that was with an Austin Blythe in there. That was with a Damian Lewis in there that didn't fit to really the scheme. It was really as much on the back of anything of Abraham Lucas and Charles Cross having outstanding starts to their rookie years. So when I look at this team right now and I go, you've upgraded the center beyond anything it's been in years. As long as he's healthy. That's the caveat there. But I'm guessing that they've done their due diligence on this and he is healthy. Cross, by all accounts this preseason, has looked outstanding and ready to roll and ready to take that big final step to the player he's going to become. Lucas looks like he is on the road to getting back here and rolling. So you have those guys all out there. I guess I would say this. If I know I've got Charles Cross, Abraham Lucas, and Connor Williams out as my starting 3 of my 5 line for a high majority of the season, 14, 15, 16 games, I think that that's a top 10 offensive line. If that line 2 years ago could play that way through 11 games with 2 rookies, with Austin Blythe as your center, why not this group be every bit as good as that group was for that run, if not better and more so? So probably top 10. I would have said prior to this that you're not going to see this line get past top 15 at the best. And more likely than not, they're going to go from like a 28th, 29th offensive line to like a 19th or 18th. But now I would say that this does elevate it probably another 5-6 spots on the overall rankings of things. He's that good. He's a top 5 center in this league. And not just a top 5 center, but a top 5 center fit to a certain scheme that will ask him to lean on his mobility, not ask him to do old school center type stuff. And the new scheme he's going to here, Daniel, is one that is just that. Going to ask him to use his mobility and get out in space and, work those second level blocks. And I think that's just going to make him all the more better as a fit here in this spread scheme. And you've already fit that with those other players, as I was saying earlier too, that are also spread-based offensive linemen. Guys that do that very fluidly and easily and have no issue with fitting to that. Oh, you need me to move in space? No problem. I was doing that back at Mississippi State. Abraham, you remember that, I watched some of your Wazoo tape today. Remember that, the spread, dime 986, where you first hit and then you peel back on the back across the formation after you do the one. Oh yeah. I get the one arm on this, and then you mobile. Yeah. You're going to do that again now. Oh yeah, I got that. Easy. They've done it. They've been there. No problem. So I see this does raise it up, and we can't deny this at this point. It was getting worrisome as we were going through camp, the center position. How many days in camp did we hear Mike McDonald or Grubb or any reporters speaking about how good the centers were playing? If anything, we were hearing about guys allowing penetration or not doing all that well. So this is a big signing. Isaac coming in with a $12 donation. Representing the 12s as always is Isaac. And great to see you in the house tonight, my man. Thank you so much for the donation. Dewey Decimal of relating to duo decimal, adjective of relating to or proceeding by 12 or the scale of 12s. Let's have it go, 12s. Duodecimal. That'll be our code word for saying 12s. Are you a duodecimal? I am. I duodecimal all night. Duodecimal the S out of the night. Thank you, Isaac. So duodecimal. It's an adjective and it's relating to or preceding by 12 or the scale of 12s. I like the scale of 12s. That sounds kind of strong. We are the scale of 12s. We are justice. Let's go, Isaac. Let's go, man. I know you're hyped up, and I am as well. I think pretty much most of the chat is so far that I've looked through as everybody is ready to roll on this, and it's a beautiful thing to see from my fellow 12s on this one because this is a substantial move. This isn't just some small, quick signing at the end of training camp coming down. This is a market opportunity that suddenly raised itself up, and John jumped on it with both feet. Randall McDaniel with another $2 donation. Thank you, Randall, for all the donations and support. As always, man, you're awesome in that respect of things. He says, Chargers have a young linebacker we can swap Olu for. Well, this does open up more of a door for you maybe doing that. And boy, wouldn't that make this deal even look all that much better if you're able to pull some sort of assets back in return as kind of a off-shooting move of this deal. Chargers have been building up their linebackers over the last couple of years. They drafted Junior Colson in the last draft as one of their inside linebackers. They brought back Denzel Perryman. No, I think they're pretty much where they need to be on it, Randall. They're rolling a 3-4. They got Denzel Perryman they brought back as a journeyman, and they're matching him up with Junior Colson. And then you got Nick Nyman and Jeremiah Jean-Baptiste behind those two guys. Troy Dye. I think that's that Oregon kid. I didn't like him coming out. And they just got a bunch of edge guys. So I don't think there'd be anything there that they'd be able to give you. There might be another team that you could do that with, though. But they're pretty set. I think you're thinking of a couple guys that used to be there that moved on. You know, your Dre Tranquil types that were there or whatever, you know, or Kenneth Murray. But they've gone to other places now. You're thinking along the right path, though. I'm sure John's thinking a little bit of like, now can I maybe address my inside linebacker with one of these? If the team likes Olu out there, can I maybe shift that? It's possible. It's definitely possible. He rolls it in that way. Boy, and again, that the value, Randall, that would add to the Connor Williams deal if you were able to pull that off. Steve Gookian says, finally, we got a center. Thank you. Daddy Dennis says, Olu will see you later. Jad, to me, it's just patently obvious now that the top-notch guys want to come here, and that was one of the biggest fears I had when Pete Carroll was fired. So what a really cool deal for us now going forward. Indeed. I think that we have a really well-run organization here in Seattle and the outlook of things and the way that they treat players and the reputation. You know, I was just speaking about the Quandre Diggs thing with the foot injury, and you look at two organizations where, you know, with Miami, you have a guy that's played great football for you heading into that contract year, tears the ACL, and you're like, too bad. See ya. It's been good. Versus a team like Seattle that came back to Quandre and gave him that contract extension, and that you have moves like that you do multiple times over, and that does reverberate, not even just with necessarily players, but the agents who then instruct and inform, consult with those players as to where they should be going and what is the best place and where's the place that will give you a fair shake, a good, honest, fair shake, and won't just be cutthroat, cold-blooded about it, as I think so many organizations in the NFL are. And I think that this is a representation of that, Chad. Yes. Hand says, now it's been confirmed that Abe is back. We were top 10 O-line at least. I think I'm going to go upside as top 10 O-line. We've got to climb up from the bottom on this one first before I can give this offensive line the flowers yet of saying that they're this or they're that. You know, you've got to get up from the bottom. And you were 28th in pass protection last year. I think you were probably in the 20s as far as your run blocking goes too. I think our run blocking grade was technically higher, but that was really as much on the help those guys had from the receivers in the run blocking game, not your offensive linemen and how they ran blocked. So those need to come forward. You need to come up in a couple of different areas of things. I expect it to. And if it's top 10, your offense is going to be awesome. If you're top 10 with an offensive line, you probably have a top 5 offense in the sport. And there is upside definitely to them maybe getting beyond that. But if I was making the prediction and trying to be realistic, Seattle Supersonic Boom Shakalaka. It's about time. We haven't had a solid center since we traded Max Unger. No, we have not. It's been brutal. It's been years. Christopher Crown says, hey, Nest and fellow 12s, hope you all have been enjoying the summer. Good to be back on some great news. Could we be looking at a potential top 10 O-line for the Hawks? What are his injury concerns? Well, there we go. Definitely, I think we're all thinking along the same lines here, is that you're looking at that top 10. Can they get beyond that? We'll see. But is that a real feasible angle to look at versus talking to you 48 hours ago? I would have said, yeah, we're kind of dreaming there. We could be better. We could be 15-ish. But 10 best in the NFL. Now, I do feel like you've taken that center thing from a spot of it was looking like kind of maybe C- Phil this year, that we're heading into it, and maybe it can get up to a place of potential B+ to A- play. And yeah, that's going to take the whole crew up with it. In addition to somebody else was spanning above, I'm sorry, I forgot the name, is the way that he can potentially help all that much more too for those guards around him versus maybe those other two centers that wouldn't have been able to provide as much substantial impact in that way. Thomas says, Harris is gone in my mind. Olu will back up. Could go that direction too, Thomas. That would make a lot of sense. Daddy Dennis says, I don't know, Brandon. Olu has not been very impressive. He hasn't, and I was very high on Olu. I'm not out on Olu, but this is certainly a move that is not a great representation of the fact the team has complete confidence and faith that Olu is their guy. Here we go. He's locked in and ready to roll. So I think this is why you do this move, is that those things haven't quite worked as much as you've liked or had hoped they'd worked. And there was a reason at the end of the day that Olu was a 5th round pick. While we can all be very high on him, he does slide down to the 5th round for a reason. It's hard to say, Chris, on whether it will be Harris that goes or whether it will be what they do with Olu. As Randall was mentioning above on the trade possibility of this, does John go, well, I could just keep Nick Harris and he has no trade value, but maybe Olu actually has 4th round trade value on the open market. Some teams super center needy, and they love their original scouting report on Olu coming out, and they're like, yeah, we'll bring that guy in. We'll roll with him. Like, that's where I think Randall's going at with the linebacker question, is that the reason he chose the Chargers is because the Chargers, of course, have Harbaugh there. Harbaugh, who coached Olu at Michigan. Chargers center position, I think, is in a little bit of a strange state of things. Bradley Bozeman right now is their starting center. So there's definitely room for them to improve that. So if not him, maybe a different position or a draft pick or something. There's a couple different ways we can go at the center position with the other guys now. Yeah, DVN, it very well could have been that there was a rejection going on. Oh, Dig Docs, him only 1 year. I'm a dunce. Just reading Brandon's screenshot. 1 year. Wish we had been riskier and got a longer contract. Yeah, I think DVN brings up a thing that's a place where I'd be with is I don't know if Seattle would have wanted to do the extension coming off the ACL. I think that's a preventative part. And even if they want to do the extension, does Connor look at it like, I'll take, let's say, the 3-year, $30 million deal this year versus I go out, I have a Pro Bowl year, I prove I'm healthy. Now I can go out and sign the final contract of my pro career. I can go out there and sign that 4-year, $55 million deal. That it's going to be worth it for me for another 45% bump in my salary to go just that one more season. And we don't know on this point with it, but I think there's a lot of things that could kind of hold up getting a real long multi-year deal done in this thing. I think just getting the 1-year deal done was hard enough because of Seattle having some trepidation with him coming off that knee injury. Jaden Sonoria, Hawks Nest. Is Oluwatimi more developmental anyway, like a Jordan Love, but a center? I don't know if he's as much that, Jaden, because one of the things that was nice about Olu coming out was the amount of starts that he had at the college level. I think he was kind of a finished product in a lot of respects coming out. There was some room for growth like there will be for all rookies, but he was not going to have as much of that developmental growth as a guy like Jaden Anthony Bradford. Anthony Bradford came out as a guy that was superiorly talented, but who was very raw and didn't have a lot of college starts. So Olu was just a little bit of the opposite, and probably part of the reasoning here with this deal getting done is that Seattle looks at it in a similar situation where it's, well, we don't not like Olu, but he's not getting to where we thought he could kind of get to, and we don't think he's as likely to get there because we thought he was, and do believe he is, mainly a finished product for what he is. I think they are kind of showing you a little bit of that in this move. Not wholly directly, but there are echoes of that in this move, I guess. Misfit says maybe Haynes can play left guard and Curtis at right guard. It's possible. The team seems to be pretty set on Lakin being that guy that's going to fit in there at left guard. But as Mike McDonald talked on this with yesterday, they have not gotten things settled out quite yet on the inside. So it is a little bit, I think, opened up. I don't think it's a feeling thing you get. The feeling I get with Haynes so far is not that he's not been good. He's been fine, but he's had his rookie up and down moments. I don't think that he's provided quite enough out the gate here to make the team feel like he's good enough to flip over there at that left guard position and roll over the top of Lakin. Second here, just getting text out real quick here. I have cup. Connor Williams can play left guard, ran the cut. Yeah, he can. That's possible. He's definitely got that potential of doing that. I think they're going to go center here, though. We'll learn about that the next day, what their intention is going to be there on that one, though. Chris says Posick has been better post-Seahawks. He has. He's really found a firm footing as a center. And he had the one good year for us as a center, and then it was kind of middling. And then he's been pretty good since he's left. Kyle Fuller, the GOAT. That's right. Kyle Fuller started games for us. Oh, my God. I'd blocked it out. I'd completely blocked it out. Jag Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez says, please hit the like button and subscribe if you're new. Thank you, Jose, for mentioning that. Please do so. DJ says, no more musical chairs in the offensive line, I hope. Me as well, DJ. As we know, one of the great harbingers for a great offensive line is having continuity. You don't get to continuity if you're constantly rolling guys through, especially if you did the move that we do at times, which is flop guys out over the course of a game. Let's try this guy out in the first quarter, and we'll try that guy out in the second quarter, and try this guy out in the third quarter. We'll go back to that guy in the fourth quarter. Huh? Rodney Presh. Oh, Brandon, how much better is our O-line now? Will we be a top 10? I think top 10 is a pretty consensus point of view on this one, Rodney. I would say before, that if I looked at our offensive line, I would have said, coming into the training camp, I would have said, you're not getting past probably top 15 as your upside. That's as far as you can probably drive. And quite frankly, as we're moving through training camp, and I'm not seeing centers jump forward, we're not really sure if the guards are really taking on to things and firmly getting their footing in place. Lucas is still not quite on the field. I would have started to be like, well, that's drifting now to more like 19th-ish. I think that this quickly takes you into a spot of being a top 10 type offensive line. That is your upside now. Now, that's the upside. not necessarily a predictive of that's where they'll go, but this is now where that upside goes to from where it would have been otherwise. And if you talk about going from having a team that's 19th overall as a total offensive line between pass protection and run blocking to a team that gets to 10, and how significantly that potentially impacts the bottom line wins and losses of your team, that's worth probably a couple wins in there. That's a team that goes from 10 wins to 12, potentially. And on the back of that being a driving force of it. So that's how the effects of that, I think, come out in the wash. But it is a substantial signing because of the way that increases this. Offensive line was looking like center especially was not offensive line, but the center was really looking like the biggest question mark on this offensive line as we're about to head into our first preseason game here in a couple days. Jessica says, John likes to be sure before committing, and who can blame him after Percy Harvin and Jamal Adams? Yeah, that's a great point, Jessica. It's not really worked out in our favor all that well, having people that we bring in and sign them on contracts before they've even played on the squad. And that's where I lean into saying on this, to me, I completely understand John not doing the contract extension if Connor even wanted to do it, because I would say you're off this major injury. And this major injury is still one that, though medical science has come along, though guys are recovering better than ever from it, it is still an injury that is one that kind of has a lot of fluctuation player to player by how guys recover and how much guys are able to bounce back versus other guys that are never the same. So I'd like to much more take that chance to. It's to me worth the paying the extra millions of next year to wait to do the deal in the long term, especially when the 1 year deal is so cheap. I mean, we're on the 1 year at the max, $6 million is all it's going to cost. That's at the highest of the high, $6 million. If he's performing at the best of the best of what he can bring out this year to hit his incentives. So you really, that's that low risk, high reward thing on this, where there really is not that loss you're taking by not doing the contract extension. You know, if you'd like done a 1 year, $12 million deal or something, or something in that line where it's really substantially took everything that you had left out of your salary cap, then that would have been something, but this is different. Stoner says, I'm stoked. Stony says, I'm stoked. I'm stoked too, Stony. Let's go. Let's go. DJ says, just keep the offensive line at their natural positions. No switching. I'm with that. Just let the guys lock in on what they do. We've done a lot of that moving around for years. Just keep it in point. Nick, the Titan safety room is going to be an interesting one. T-Favor, what makes you say that Grubb isn't happy with Tomlinson? Oh, addicted. Sorry. That was too addicted. My bad. Big Cuz. Damn, he signed with the Seahawks. He did, Big Cuz. Let's go. Fei Wu Hong says, risk-free signing, prove-it deal. That's it. These are good deals to go and get on, especially if you can get a very talented player on these kind of deals. These kind of deals work out very well for NFL teams when they can be lucky enough, fortuitous enough to be able to foster these kind of deals. He just says, Tobek is Savick, took young Unger under his wing, him and Chris Spencer. Yeah, Tobek was awesome. I'd love to be able to at some point interview Tobek. He's very evasive, though. Power Code, the fact that in this one signing we have already beat out the Blythe, Fuller, Evan Brown deals just shows how incompetent the previous regime was. This is definitely not a Blythe, Fuller, Brown deal like you say, man. I mean, you want to talk about my excitement level first when we signed those deals to those guys. I mean, that was just Austin Blythe, the guy that was a backup for the Chiefs last year, the guy that backed up Creed Humphrey last year. Evan Brown, the backup for Detroit's our starter now for Detroit. Joy Hunt was sassy, says Jessica. He was still on our practice squad last year, wasn't he, Jessica? He's still banging around. He's so small that he stays on the roster by just staying behind the big guy so he never gets cut. They're like, and Swan, Drew, sorry, you got to go. We're going to cut you. And Joe, where's Joe? Who's the next guy I got on my list? Bill. Joey's back there just getting down like a hobbit. Mazabe says, we got us an effing dog. Let's go. Thomas Cox says, Grubb scheme's close to Miami scheme. They need mobile-type linemen. Williams is mobile. He is that indeed. Pure scheme fit. That's what they call that. Because as he knew he wasn't going to start at center if he had came to Baltimore. No, the pathway, and I wouldn't go to Baltimore, and this is probably why John didn't probably, I would guesstimate, increase the offer by all that much. Because at the end of the day, what Connor Williams is trying to attain here is the prove-it season, and the prove-it season where he has the opportunity to go out, start for a full season, prove he's healthy, prove he can be a top-5 center, and then he goes and gets that contract extension. The Ravens have Linderbaum, who they just drafted very high, and they've got a lot of investment as to that guy being their starter there long-term. You're right. There probably would have been more of a path on that team to getting over to guard once Linderbaum came back. And then that does not allow Connor Williams then to be at his best or in his natural best position that would have got him paid out at his best. It would be what was best for the Baltimore Ravens. So smart of him to choose Seattle, who I think will probably keep him in that spot. I would estimate that's part of the negotiations of it. It's like, I'm coming here to be a center. But they were trying. Power Code says, why does my delusional brain think that we could make a deep playoff run this year? Because you're into year 3 of this rebuild. This has been a process. It was a process undertaken, and I call it year 3 of a rebuild because you took as an organization a mindful state of things where you didn't sort of dip your toe in, you didn't sort of straddle both sides of the fence. You went in and you said, we've got to turn this over. We got to dish out the dead bad money. We got to get the bad contracts off the books. We got to make this Russell Wilson trade. And because you tangibly made that decision, because you didn't go willy-nilly, because you didn't sort of go half in, half out, you flipped this thing around that much faster. Now, we've got not quite the benefits of that the past 2 years because you've had the young growing team. You've been held back a little bit from this with the schematics in place and all of that. But this is not a team that's going to be held back by the same things of the prior. This is not a team that's going to be quite as young as the prior in the way that it was young before. Like in 2022 when you had 6 rookies starting on that Seattle Seahawks team. So this is the benefits you get of that. This is what should happen after into year 3 of the rebuild. So for though we just moved off of Coach Carroll, that was not the first point of transition as far as the state of this team was concerned. It was that Russell Wilson trade. That's where the beginning part started here. So you should feel that way in Power Code. It's the right kind of state of mind. They absolutely are capable of doing that. Is it too early? Are they too young? Is it a year too soon? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe, just maybe not. Thomas says, last year everyone complained that Seattle's line of scrimmage was a joke. What did JS and Mike McDonald fix? The line of scrimmage. The best teams of the NFL are strong at the line of scrimmage. Amen. This is part of what makes me so happy about what I've seen from the Seattle Seahawks here is I'm not here as a channel here to wave pom-poms or to laud John Schneider or this organization blindly in what they do. If they do something good, I'm going to say they did something good. If they do something bad, I'm going to say they did something bad. And people that have followed this channel for years knows that has always been my way. And the thing that I asked for at the start of this offseason was concentrate on your line of scrimmages. Make the offensive line of strength. Get this defensive line built up as well. Reinforce these things. And that's just what they've done this offseason. Especially, this is sort of that finishing exclamation point move to getting those, to the Byron Murphy brought in as a first round pick, to the re-signing of Leonard Williams back into the fray, to the 3 draft picks in the draft dedicated to the offensive line, including a 3rd rounder. This is all of the culmination of that. Thomas says, Brando, I believe Ravens were going to sign Connor. I felt he was using Seattle as a pawn to get a better team to pay him. See, I thought that they were using the Ravens as the pawn, Thomas, because they have Linderbaum coming back. If Linderbaum was out for the season, I could see maybe that would have been more of where I would have been, but I just, then what's going to Connor do? You go to the bench, or then you go try to play left guard? which he does have a guard background a little bit, but he's at his best as a center. And you are on that prove it deal. Derby says, do you think we are set at safety depth? What about Simmons? He is still a free agent, or is he going to the Texans? Hard to say on that one, Derby. I haven't got a feel for where he's going to go exactly. I don't think that at this point we're going to probably make any other moves. What we've done with this deal is we've removed out basically the cap space that's there for us to go make some bonus deal move at the moment. So you have your $6 million reserve that's going to be left over, $7 million of reserve that's going to be left over. You want to keep that for throughout the season to give yourself flexibility for throughout the year. And with Simmons, he seems to be just trying to wait on just the right situation. I do think we're kind of set at center where they feel good about the two guys they have. You just brought Marquise Blair in here. I think that the team's got an interception in the scrimmage. I think he's looked pretty good as well. So I think that they're just going to roll with what they got. Kayvon Wallace hasn't been bad either. You still got Kobe Bryant and Jaron Reed. There's not a lot of star power in this group maybe, but there is some depth there. And I just don't think the fit's there for Simmons. Jad says, can I take a moment to once again give Geno some credit for this signing as well as many others? Miami is another team with a $50 million quarterback. And we got 99 problems, but a greedy quarterback ain't one. Amen, Chad. I second that. It's wild to watch Tua and just grabbing those clips for the Connor Williams cut-ups and showing it at the top. It's wild to watch Tua play the position and go, you're paying $50 million for the guy to do that, you know. Just out of his hands, right after. It's just, second the ball's in his hands. It's like a hot potato game is what their offense is playing, which is okay. That's fine. But I ain't paying $50 million for a quarterback that's playing hot potato. That doesn't seem like that's the way to go. But yeah, you got to give Geno big time props. And it's shown itself out. It's why I love the deal at the time. It's why I continue to love the deal. We come back to that, the same blind praise. This is the fact that you went out there and got a quarterback that's going to, over the last 2 years, play it. Just the last 2 years alone, dealing with what he's had to deal with. The lack of that offensive line, lack of running game, lack of defense, schematic inequities. And yet he still played around a top 10 quarterback level of play while you've paid him. He was the 17th highest paid quarterback in the first year of that contract extension. $10 million was his cap hit that year. And then this next season, he's going to be right around the same place. And he did that in giving us a discount, I think, on that deal, as much as anything else. He did that not trying to just be greedy like all these quarterbacks are. And that's why you got to give him credit for that, because there's so few quarterbacks who take this road. Every single one of them, to a man, when they come up, they're like the contestants in those tanks where they got all the dollar bills floating around them, and they're in there with like two nets, just making sure every dollar's been caught, you know. Like, I'm not using my hands. I got the butterfly nets. He didn't do that. He's grabbed a handful and he's like, you can shut the machine off. I'm good. I got my, no, it's okay. I mean, there's somebody else probably needs some too. I mean, it's a lot of guys on the team. I mean, I know how it is for them. So this will be fine for me. It's okay. That's how Geno did it, man. King Bomber says, just watched a clip where Connor Williams manhandled Aaron Donald and made him angry. We need some of that juice. Yes, sir. He'll get after it. He'll get after it. He's a dog. That's right, Jessica. We didn't just throw money at the problem. We solved the problem. That's the whole key of it. I think you're right. And a lot of general managers are just saying, well, I threw the money at it. I tried. Can't blame me if it doesn't work. He found a creative solution. Sorry, I'm probably a little bit sorry, yawling. A little late on the acknowledgement of your donation, but thank you for the $2 donation. It says, do you expect Connor in pads practicing ASAP? If he is indeed healthy, because that's the reports that we've gotten from this yawling, is that he is 100% good to go, no limitations. It's the most miraculous recovery that Drew Rosenhaus has ever seen. If that's the case, then I would expect him to probably be out in pads pretty quickly, y'all. And my reasoning behind that would be that you don't have too many padded practices left. And I'm going to estimate they're not going to have him probably playing in the preseason games. So then you really want to have that time maximized to get him in those pads for what you can to kind of get him ready to roll. So I would expect that he gets probably airdropped out of a plane, right over the practice field. They probably have him already in pads, and you just got to pull the rip tie, and then, maybe he's tandem jumping with the seal that they have just for these circumstances. Like just get you to the field faster. Traffic these days is tough, man. Yeah, I got a tandem with you though to do this. Yeah, sorry, Connor. It's the Seattle way. So just hop on, bud. I gotta hop on you. So yeah, I expect he'll be out there rolling in pads very, very quickly. Yelling. They want to, I'm sure, get him out there for game 1. And he's going to want to get out there for game 1 so he can hit his incentives. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind of you, man. And hope the kids are doing well. Kids and wife. Says, could you look at last year's top 100 overall team offensive line grade? Wonder how it correlates to wins and losses. Does another position team grade equal more success? Well, we can take a look at this. Let me get it. PFF. Let me see here how to do this. Here did they do this? Regular season. One sec, Randall. Let me. 2003. Run block, pass block. There we go. There we go. Okay. Mm-hmm. One second, Randall. Sometimes it just doesn't want to find it. There we go. Boom. Let's take that off. So. Ooh, no. We need to know this up. So here we go. Here's your pass protection units. Take my word for it. It's that middle column thing here. There you go. So we got pass protection is I've got it kind of signaled by that. You got the Eagles at 11-6, the Vikings at 7-10, the Falcons at 7-10, the Ravens at 13-4, the Broncos at 8-9, the Colts at 9-8, the Packers at 9-8, the Chiefs at 11-6, the Lions at 12-5, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 9-8. So of the top 10 teams in pass protection last year, 3 of those teams did not have winning records. It is notable that all 3 of those teams that had winning records had at least 7 wins on the year. So they weren't bad losers, I guess. 3 wins, right? Then it's also probably pretty notable when you look on this side of it too, because you have the Kansas City Chiefs winning a Super Bowl. Detroit Lions getting deep into the playoffs. Tampa Bay Buccaneers getting in the playoffs. Green Bay Packers. There's something. Green Bay Packers, pretty deep into the playoffs. Colts, well, they're 9-8, but they lost their rookie quarterback a few games into the season. Denver Broncos had Russell Wilson on implode a little bit. Ravens got themselves deep into the run of the playoffs. Eagles got into the playoffs. And with the Vikings, you got Cousins going down to his injury, or they probably would have gotten to the playoffs. And then Atlanta Falcons just kind of were weird. They were just kind of strange. Randall said, wonder if it correlates with, does another position team grade equal more success? The one that I'm clicking on and the one that I went to in my mind on this, Randall, is passing the ball. Yeah, I think this is even more so. To me, passing the ball at least for last year, and I think if we went through a couple of years of data, we'd find this to be the case. But last year, if you look through this data of the top passing teams by their ranking by PFF, all of these teams had a winning record. Only the Seattle Seahawks missed the playoffs of that group. That would probably be the one other one that's a little bit more of an indicator than anything else. You go back to 2022, you have kind of a similar case here, where the passing offenses of all have a winning record but one. All got in the playoffs but like one or two. Pass rush is pretty good too, but not quite the indicator. Not quite. So I'd go with passing by PFF grades, at least, Randall. If there's another grade that equates to more success, probably that one by just a little bit. But line is right there with like number 2. We'd have to do a deep dive if we want to go over like 5 or 6 years of data with that to be sure, but something in that territory. Thank you, Randall. Long live the king. Appreciate the $5 donation. Says, hello, Hawks Nest chat. Do you think that with Gino's scare, this was we're not risking time without Gino because of something we could have addressed? Good question. Great question. I think that this Connor Williams interest has been here for a little while. The team oddly went to Nick Harris this offseason, and you kind of went, not that Nick Harris was bad. You understood the connection to the Washington offensive line coach and understanding what the scheme's going to want him to do. But you went, well, Olu's untested. You're going for this guy that's, he's fine. He's fine. But that's not really an upgrade. That's not you really addressing a position that they had over the last couple of years kind of done that Nick Harris signing. Austin Blythe, Evan Brown, or Kyle Fuller a couple years back. You always had your kind of like cheap center signing, and that was, I think, something that was not John looking at that recently saying, that was a success. That was smart of us to do it that way. I think he's going, okay, we'll try this, gets into camp. I think through camp, before even Gino's injury, King, they said, this is not solidifying. Nobody's rising. The cream is not rising to the top here. Nobody's taking the job and saying it's mine. And we have this guy, then in addition to it, that just happens to be on the market who atypically wouldn't have been on the market at this time. Connor Williams guys like him on an offensive line do not exist in the free open market August 6th of an NFL season. They are long off the market by this point in time. You've got just some strange timing because of his late season ACL injury as to why he happens to be here now and available here to go and pluck. So I think that it's more of those latter items pushing this, King, because historically speaking, John has said that upgrading the team is a $365 a year process. You did have extra cap space that you had kept created, and even more so than their minimal $6 million reserve fund that they want to hold. You had even more money than that to kind of create a little bit of backup there for you this year coming into it. And he's always been a guy that's willing at any point in time a year to try to upgrade this team if he thinks it's going to upgrade the team. And hard for him not to have seen how this one would do so really substantially from where you're at. So that's, again, this is a guess on my part, King. I don't know it for sure on that. It could have been Gino was just enough for them to be like, F it, throw Connor another $1 million. That'll get him in here. But I think it was more of, they've been kind of circling around Connor for a while and understanding is the pure fit for the scheme and all of that. And, there just didn't feel as much about this move being panicky, especially, King, when you look at the contract parameters. 1 year, $3 million deal, $3 million more in incentives. That's very team friendly on that side of it. That doesn't reek of panic either on that side of it. Deviant says, if I was the Browns, I'd just pay Amari. Him and Ayuk had the highest yard per carry last season, and Amari had more yard per carry than Ayuk the year before. I'd do the same, Deviant. You're going to flip Ayuk for Amari. You're probably going to have to kick in, if you're the Browns, a second or third round pick in addition to that. Then you got to pay Brandon Ayuk on a monster contract of $30 million a year to make him play in Cleveland. Versus Amari, who's already done a good amount of throwing there with Deshaun Watson. If his arm's going to hold up, and like you say, has been very productive for them. Don't understand why they're so between the Cowboys and the Browns. I mean, there must be something with Amari Cooper because the guy produces wherever he's at, but seems like the organizations are kind of side-eyeing their way to sort of pivot off of him as soon as they possibly can. Thomas says, what's anyone's opinion of Cooper as the player the Niners get? I mean, he's a good player. He'll go out and he'll make plays for you. He has been a consistent receiver here in this league for years and deserves to be kind of looked on in that way, especially when you look at the Browns over the past couple of years because they've not had consistent quarterback play there. Backups being in there and all that. And I mean, the guy since going from the Cowboys to the Browns, he's got 2022, 78 catches, 1,160 yards and 9 touchdowns. And then last year, 72 catches, 1,250 yards. I mean, that's a 17.4 yard per average per catch and 5 touchdowns. And that's with bad quarterback play. So, I can see from the Niners' perspective how this works for them. It's a lot like the Devontae Adams move that was getting talked about where, they want to have a go for a year. They don't want the position to completely go in the toilet, but they also don't want to sign Ayuk to the monster contract extension. Here's your happy compromise. And so from the Niners' perspective, I get why they want to do it, why it works for them. But from the Browns' perspective, I could only understand it if they were trying to pair Amari up with Brandon. That's the only way that would make sense to me. Warchi says, Brandon, those up-the-gut runs are going to be a lot more interesting this year. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And a lot more effective, I would imagine, Warchief. Devian says, Amari has $22 million dead money next year. I'd find a way to get him on your roster for the $22 million instead of adding another 30 to that. Amen, Devan. Amen. This whole trade doesn't make sense from the Browns' perspective. I just don't quite get it. Maybe it's the run blocking ability of Ayuk that they're locking in on or something. Brian Meyer says, wow, no damn notification, damn it. Well, this one might be on me on Brian with the notification because it was a kind of a breaking show, It was like, I didn't have it on. Most of these I try to schedule a day out so the algorithm can kind of catch it. But today I just kind of went, boom, go live. So probably just didn't have much of a chance for the hooks to set, the algorithm hooks to set. Brian Meyer says, John Snyder breaks the curse of not caring about the offensive line. Indeed. And he didn't even have to sacrifice a chicken. All it took was just a little patience and time. Isaac says, I'm so traumatized by our recent woes. Paradoxically, I can't say that word. I now can't really even hope for a decent O-line, even though I now kind of expect it. Do I dare to dream? You dare to dream. Because before, if you were expecting or hoping for an offensive line, you were hoping for it to come together out of secondhand parts, a lack of quality draft capital put into it. You were wishing on a shooting star, essentially. This isn't that. This is where you can take a thread and pull it back over the past 3 years and see the approach the team has taken to building this thing up. And it has been a slow 3-year process to return this whole offensive line over. Dwayne Brown's retiring. The rest of the line's kind of crap. Got to move it all out. Rebuild it all through. And they've done that. And they've done that by putting value into it. A 1st-round pick, a 3rd-round pick, another 3rd-round pick, a 4th-round pick, a 5th-round pick. Veterans like Laken Tomlinson, Nick Harris, Connor Williams. You've reinforced the hell out of it. And we'll see if it can settle out now. We got to get our final 5 out there and playing, but you've at least done more than they had done in recent years past where you could see bad line play coming a mile away because the investment hadn't been put into it. If you drafted offensive linemen from 15 to 19, if their name wasn't Jermaine Ifedi or Ethan Posick, they were probably our 5th or 6th round player. It might even be a defensive tackle you're trying to turn into an offensive lineman. We're far from those days. Far, far from those days. Thomas says, but would Williams actually want to come to Seattle if Pete was the coach? We will never know. Question. Thomas says, one that I like in the draft, Parker Braisford. He is the UW center before DeBoer left for Bama. Okay. Keep an eye on him. Jessica says, Hawks truly improved the trenches on both sides, and I'm happy with the work. As am I, Jessica. I feel very good about this. Feel a lot better about this today, where we stand. And just better after this offseason. Christian Haynes, maybe the best guard in the draft. Lucas looking like he's ready to come back off that injury. Jason, best center since Unger? Undoubtedly. Best center since Unger, and not even close. Michael Crowhorse is at worst I can see a 10-7 team based on his resume. Remember, folks, Pete inherited a 5-11 team, 2010. That's a good point. A lot different inheritance there, isn't it? Rilo, D-Mac, did we really sign him? We really signed him, Rilo. I waited to go live on this one until I was sure with 100% certainty. Ricardo says, Hawk blogger saying Curtis is the best overall right guard in camp. He might be. I know Hawk blogger's been out there, so he's been watching it, and the reports we've heard are really good from Curtis. We have not yet heard any other guards getting really listed as, oh, this guy did great and that guy did great. You know, Haynes has had some moments. Bradford's had a very quiet camp. Lincoln, much of the same way. So, you know, that could be the way this goes too with McClendon. He might shock us. And I like McClendon Curtis. I liked him coming out of the draft. Brian Myers says, do I like the O-line? Do I think the O-line will be better? Hell yes. Do I think we'll win more games than last year? Not yet. Ooh. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Thomas says, based on what I saw Saturday, the interior wasn't getting much of a push. Yeah, they were facing Williams, Murphy, and Reed, but I thought Seattle needed more talent up the middle. Indeed. It's where you just definitely, you have some youth there that you're hoping develops. If that youth didn't develop, you didn't have a lot to lean back on otherwise. So this gives you more of that. Quack says, with the $5 donation, thank you for the $5, man. He says, we didn't have to sacrifice a chicken to break the O-line curse, just a Pete Carroll. It was the dead of night. There was a full moon on the Puget Sound, I say. On a rickety old boat. Pete, out there in the middle of the ocean looking at us innocently. What are we doing out here? Why are we this far out into the Sound? None of us could say a word to him. We just looked with solemn eyes and said, ye's going to have to go, so we might find ourselves champions again. And he said, woe, woe is me. And the boat rocked back and forth. Eyes turned over dark, like doll's eyes. That's all it costed, Quack. It's sad. It hurts. But we do get a championship now. So that's the good side of it, you know. You try to concentrate on the good there. Thank you, Van. Appreciate the $5. That's all it costs. I'll write that check. Thomas says, I still believe that it'll take time to implement the scheme. Mike McDonald and right guard. Mike McDonald and Ryan Grubb. If they improve each game, I'll be excited, but Seattle should be a playoff team. I still think that this doesn't guarantee anything. This does raise the upside of the offensive line. Does it guarantee that the offensive line gets there? No, not necessarily. Does he potentially make you a game or two better versus where you had been with the center position prior? I would think so, but does it guarantee it? No, it doesn't guarantee it. The variance is still going to exist here that I've talked about, Thomas. I call it the variance of 2024. And that is that you have a team that could be at 7 wins, or it could be up as high as 12 wins. And it's very hard to exactly predict of where that team is going to land at, because there are so many changing parts and there's so many question marks and just quite uncertainties there. But the talent's there, the ability's there, the coaching is there. But does it come together? We'll see. Hopefully. Nathaniel Parks says, I'm late to the party, but I'm pumped. Let's have it go. Let's go. Jessica in midseason form. Jessica says, will 69ers and Cardinals be power bottoms of the NFC West this year? Undoubtedly, but it's more to do with the city that, no, I'm kidding. I think it must be so, Jessica. I think it must be so. Adam, sounds like a really solid move. Obviously, Hawks were not happy with what they had, so they made a winning move to upgrade. For now, anyway. Line play is the final step. It's got to come together now, but you have upgraded the talent in a way that where you can see the plan coming into play and the way that it could happen and where this team does find that footing. Chad says, whoa, ESPN had Jaron Reed as a starter for both left defensive end and nose tackle. That defense is even tripping out the folks at ESPN. As that depth chart on ESPN is a weird one. Do they have it updated off Bobo? He was the punt returner for a while. Starting punt returner, according to them. Jason says, how is Christian Haynes doing? There's been some ups and downs with him. I don't think he's looked bad, but he's not necessarily, risen forward really and looked phenomenal either on the other side of it. He's been fine. Sounds like kind of having a typical kind of rookie camp. Dem Virus is going to suck with Ricky the Insider retiring. Niners suck. Ricky the Insider? I don't know Ricky the Insider. JL says, if you're a Hawks fan and not subbed to the Hawks Nest, I don't know what you're doing with your life. Get it together. I agree with JL on that one. Get it together. Come on. It's free. Come on board. Nick Guzman says, this Williams signing has me fired up. The top 5 offense is coming. Let's go, Nick. I love to hear everyone seems on board on this one. Jan says, Seattle is still a young building team. You don't throw away young players. That's bad for depth, big value, and creates holes. Indeed it does. Indeed it does. That doesn't necessarily mean this is going to be a cut or something to go in tandem with this. Team could end up holding an extra lineman or two than they have in the past. Nathaniel says, thoughts on the new kickoff rule? It looks like UFL to me. I think it's a little rough out the gate and how it appeared. And I think that there's going to be some ebbs and flows on this as teams figure out how to utilize it best. But I like the thought that the NFL is trying to take a play that's become automatic and basically remove from the game and reinstitute it back into the game. I don't think that we should have automatic plays. I liked when the PATs got moved back because PATs used to be just automatic. So what's the point of this? We have plays where we just go through the motion on things? No. Have it be a legitimate challenge. So I like that part of it. Matthew says, I've been getting pretty sure we'll have a top 10 defense, maybe even top 5 by the end of the year. The offensive line was my biggest concern. One of my bigger ones as well, and one of the bigger concerns that's probably grown throughout the time of training camp here, Matthew. I mean, it was a bit of a concern coming in, and then it's become bigger and bigger where you, like I'm saying above on some of these players, you're not hearing those guys rise to the forefront that, Anthony Bradford, year 2, different player. Christian Haynes, beast, right out the gate. These are not the things you're necessarily hearing. So, doing more to kind of cinch this down, understanding this offseason, you didn't do a lot. You did some, but you didn't do a lot. It's very, very, very encouraging for this upcoming season and the potential of this upcoming year. I love how optimistic you are about the defense. I hope they can get to that state. It is tough to kind of go from that back end in that way and rise up that quickly to be in a top 10 defense. But if they can get to a top 10 defense this year, I know the offense is going to be good one way or the other. If you get a top 10 defense at it on the other side with the special teams unit that we bring to play on top of it, that's a team probably very close to that 11-12 win area of things as far as where the record's at. Jessica says, whatever happened to that CMDL guy? I don't know. Adam says, a rising tide raises all ships. Hawks, add talent, key position. That's right. Nazir says, how would you rate him next to Kelsey as a center? Well, Kelsey, I think, was a little bit at times, at the end of things, starting to show his age just a tiny bit. He was still really good. And I mean, the tush push, for instance, a big part of the tush push working is what Kelsey would do on that play to drive that thing forward. He certainly wasn't bad or wasn't still a really good player near the end. But, obviously Kelsey was like 34, 35 years old, something like that. Maybe 36, I think, or something in that area. So, he was getting up. If you're talking about prime Kelsey, he's not in the area of a prime Kelsey. If you're talking about Kelsey kind of at the end of his career, then probably there's some comparisons to be made pretty closely aligned to each other on that side of it. But Kelsey in his prime was kind of a different beast. I mean, Kelsey in his prime was a Hall of Fame kind of player. And still very good even at the end, I would say. But they both are very mobile. They're both more mobile-based guys than they are just the mauling type guys. And so they both have some equivalency to each other, Nazir, on that front of things. But Kelsey's the overall better player. But pretty close. Both about the same place right now where they're currently at. He might be talking about Deion Henley with the Chargers. Ooh. Yeah, maybe there. Yeah, I think that they probably would keep. Yeah, I mean, maybe. They did just pick him last year, and him and Colson would probably be a pretty good combination out there. It's possible. Big boy Jess, we should trade Olu for 6'4" linebacker Jamin Davis from Washington. No, I would do that move. Go get a former first-round pick out there at Washington, reinforce the inside linebacker position a bit. Sign me up. He's kind of been a bit up and down, I think, for them, but does he fit with Quinn's style there? What they're looking for now defensively? Not sure. I don't know if they would even move him, really. Jammin'. I hope you like jammin' too. Jammin'. Yeah, he's got like progressively better there over the first 3 years. 19th overall pick. Turned into a pretty good player for them last season. I wouldn't think that they'd want to move him. Matthew Phillips says, I'd like depth at inside linebacker, but I think Dodson and Baker are good. And I think Tyrese Knight will be a good backup. I'm not worried about that spot. Hope you're right. I like the first two guys as well, Matthew. I do hope it just does feel a little bit thin on the surface of it. But like the front guys, I do like Knight. He's going to need to develop really fast if he's got to go out there in year one. And there's times on tape with watching him where it just didn't feel like he was quite ready to do that coming out of college. But admittedly with him, I didn't get to go through as much tape on him because of the small college he came out of. Jessica says, hard to tell how it fits together, but the O-line pieces look good. Amen. Yep. Talent's all there now. We just got to get the chemistry right and what's the best starting five. Isaac says our offensive line and defensive line absolutely have to allow us to beat the damn Niners this season. That is step freaking one. Amen. Yes, it is. Just give me one against the Niners this year. Beyond Balance says, Brandon, do you think we might have hurt ourselves as far as money left for trade deadline deals? Nope. You had signed Julian Love to a contract extension about a week ago, which freed you up about $1.5 million off of the books. You had already done some moves to kind of free up some extra space and money as it is. You need to keep about a $6.5 million reserve fund for during the year. And the reserve fund is to serve in a couple of functionalities, including if you want to make a midseason deal. Now you can go and bring a guy on and have half of his contract, and you've got the money to be able to sustain that. So they've not removed themselves from the ability to still do that. There are still guys on this squad that if you wanted to convert the remaining base salary of their deal to bonus this season in order to pull a little extra money in, if you wanted to make a real big splashy move at the trade deadline, you could still do that as well. So it's not a substantial enough cost. It's $6 million in total, but it's a $3 million deal with incentives. Incentives are usually after the fact and how they'll count on things. But it can change deal by deal on that, by the way. So you got to kind of see the final parameters of the deal of how that works if you're on the hook for it on the front or the back end of it. But no, you still have the money to go out there and do that, because you had had more than just this money to spend by, I think you're like, I want to say you're like $12, $13 million or something before this deal. So you still got all that money to still pull that off. Thomas says, what with trading Olu? That interior O-line isn't as deep as people think. What if Connor gets injured and Seattle traded Olu? Seattle would be back to where they were before they signed Connor. I think people are looking at it from the angle of it, and I'm not saying I think this is the way it is, but I would estimate that people would think of it like this. Olu not able to beat out Harris. Olu very close to Harris in the player he really is, bottom line. Olu has some value in the open market for teams that might have liked Olu coming out of college and still have kind of a high grade for what they think he can do in their offense. Olu then pulls in some offers for some late round picks from the Seahawks. And from the Seahawks perspective, then Thomas, they say, well, Harris and Olu, about the same player anyway, and what they can do on the field for us. Harris has no trade value. We're not keeping all three. So why don't we move the guy that gets us some value back and not take any significant step back at the position? That's if, Thomas, the team were looking at it in that situation where there wasn't that great separator that some of us might think exists there between Nick Harris and Olu, when in actuality, they're much more closer aligned in their ability level. I think that's why people are mentioning that as a trade. And they're also, I think, looking a little bit at the line history here, being that we don't tend to carry three centers on the roster at one given time. We carry two. So somebody becomes the odd man out. Maybe it's Nick Harris. Maybe it's Olu. We'll have to see. Big Cuz says, even though I'm jealous, it's a great pickup, guys. Thank you, Big Cuz. Thank you, man. I know a lot of Niner fans were kind of looking at this guy as well. My guy Jesse was looking at him real close, like, come on, let's get our line built up here. We got some issues here. Let's get this fixed. Thank you, though, man. I appreciate it. Hopefully your guys' situation settles in here soon, too. Chad says, honestly, how to win the Outland Trophy playing a powerhouse like Michigan in college and drop to the 5th round? He's just not cut out for the NFL. Kind of hard to say. It's hard for me to draw much. I haven't seen as much of Olu to say that that's the way I've seen from him. That's not what I've seen from him on tape, is that he's a guy that looks overmatched and outgunned and unable to hold up as a pro. But I am reading a little bit intrinsically into what the team's doing on this and what they're showing us by making this kind of signing, and by the lack of reports that we're hearing about Olu really stepping forward as that guy. Big Hawk says, Brandon, have you started adding Hawks Nest Lucky Rabbit feet to your online store? One for Connor and one for Abe. I might have to, man. I might have to. Rabbit's feet were always kind of a little morbid. How did that become a thing? Oh, Big Cuz, a Ravens fan. My bad, Big Cuz. I didn't mean to accuse you of being a Niner fan. I saw the red shirt. So you had a red shirt on your profile. I was like, oh, that must be a Niner fan. Your Ravens will be fine, though. You got Linderbaum there. He'll be good. And definitely not, Thomas, I'm advocating for trading Olu. I just think people are only advocating for the trade of Olu if it's through that lens of how I was saying how the team might view it on that. Thomas says, shoot, look at Philly. They have multiple players that were center in college. Do they trade them? It's a bit of a different scenario there because you have the two guys, Landon Dickerson and Juergens, that they drafted, which you're right. Yeah, both of those guys were college centers, but they drafted those guys as college centers that could play guard. And not just play guard, both of those guys could start at guard and play well as starting guards. I don't think that either Nick Harris or Oluwatimi have an ability to play guard. So that's the one big difference there. And again, I know that maybe a common belief out there that there's a big difference here between Nick Harris and Oluwatimi, that Oluwatimi has some sort of talent level there that sort of supersedes what Chris Harris has. So that if you're moving Oluwatimi, now you're going from a guy that's of Connor Williams, you're going of a guy that can give you 86% of Connor Williams versus Nick Harris that gives you 75% of Connor Williams. But on that point, Thomas, who's to say that maybe the team's outlook on this isn't that the two guys are a lot more closer in their percentage of Connor Williams than they're further apart. And if that's the case, it becomes kind of a freebie pick for the general manager if you are only going to keep two centers on the active roster and there really isn't a long-term plan for Oluwatimi to ever really ascend to becoming the starter, especially when, like I said, he doesn't have that guard background ability to play at the position. Yalin, thank you for the $5 donation, and all of your support to the channel, man, is also a member of the channel. Do you think the need for defense to communicate obnoxiously will be hindered by the level 12 noise at the stadium? Indeed, this is a concern that's grown for me in the last about month or two. Somebody in my chat was originally bringing it up to me, and I hadn't thought about it through the offseason, and it's now risen up on my radar screen now as a very, very big concern for this upcoming season. We've heard multiple players through the years on defense talk about the impossibility at times of trying to communicate when the 12s are being loud and at their loudest, and that's where we're going to have to get the ASL people in there. Okay, we're going to have to get in there with some, DK needs to get over with the defense on the sign language stuff because, I would kind of, this is one of those places where you'd kind of hope a smart reporter out there, maybe if there was happen to ever be a reporter listening to this show, would go out there and this would be a great question to go ask of Mike McDonald. Of Mike, how have you in advance thought about this as a potential issue, that communication is such a big part of your defense, in that there is at times that impossibility of communicating in Lumen Field when it is in those loud situations. And nobody's asked it yet. I hope somebody does at some point, Yalin, because the team would be smart to try to have a bit of a plan for this, understanding that prior defense didn't have a lot of communication that was necessarily needed versus this defense. There was some, but if you're talking about the communication level and what you need to get across the board with your players in a McDonald defense versus a Carroll defense, we're playing cover 3, we're showing cover 3. Guys are doing what they're going to do. What you see is what you get. So there's not as much of that communicate here, communicate there, but that's the part that they're going to have to find a way through a solution on, and it probably will cause some busted plays at times of not being able to get that communication out. But hand signals, man, they're going to have to be like the gang members out there with their hand signals because it's a problem. And you're right. The obnoxiously communicating is going to be hard in that stadium on the defensive side of the ball. It is a worry. It's a worry, and there's not an easy answer on that one. You just let all the defenders have little microphones in their helmets. Thank you, though, Yon. I appreciate the donation. Great question. Brian says, question now could be if guys like Lamu and Jarrell can be safe on the practice squad or get plucked. That will be a question, I think, with both of those two guys. I think it's very likely at this point that Atoa is not going to make the squad and probably try to be plucked on the practice squad. And Jarrell, we'll have to see. Some of that depends on how fast Lucas comes back and whether or not he's in that role or not. So, it's a potential problem. It's also just a happy offshoot to me of starting to finally build a team up that's not only got good guys on the starting front of things, but you've also started to rebuild the depth in a substantial way where other teams are looking to take from your practice squad. This, of course, was a real keynote, quote-unquote, problem of those Legion of Boom teams, is that, half of the guys that we'd end up cutting off of our active roster would end up playing on other teams during the NFL season, because teams thought so highly at that time of how we were drafting and how we were building up our ball club and how our program was run. Hunter Steele says, I love this deal. Love it. Love it. Let's go, Hunter. I'm the same. Absolutely the same. Duran says they should let Draymond take as long as he needs to get back to 100%. Better than him starting week 1 and re-aggravating the injury. Agreed. Hamstrings, don't mess with them. Let him heal up. You've got the depth there to sustain on this. This is about the need for the long haul of a season and to keep that rotation strong throughout that process. You've reinforced the ranks in a substantial way right now. You have guys drawn like Mike Morris that's coming along through training camp really well there that can fill in, for instance, in that power edge role that Draymond was going to at least be doing half the time when he's out there on the field. So no rush. Let him take his time. Let him get right. Bring him back on point, at that time. Matthew Phillips says, I'm now thinking we're in 10 to 13 win territory. Let's go, Matthew. I definitely got 12 wins as kind of the upside. But could it shock me if we got to 13? Would I be... No, the talent's there with this team. The coaching ability's there. It's all got to come together. The cake's going to have to kind of bake a year soon, so to speak. But is it possible? Certainly it's possible. Duran says the 2022 draft class may go down as the greatest Seahawks draft class as a whole. It just might. I think it has already its argument to be up there with the best all time as it stands. And that's why you can look at this season and have that hope of optimism. It's not because you drafted for 1 year good or 2 years good. It's because you drafted great for 3 years. It's because you've offloaded and dumped the bad money out the door. It's because that young talent's had a chance to now fully develop. Because you've tried to reinforce the coaching ranks in a way to increase the advantages that you can give your players on a weekly basis, to make them better. And we'll see if we get to feel out the returns of this now. Radu says this is a 10 plus win team this year. Let's go, Radu. Not next year. I love it. Optimism's higher in the chat. I love to see it. Brian says 10 wins is a major turnover year is too ambitious. Maybe, Brian. We'll see. Hard to predict. Justin Napolini says, best center since Max Unger and Justin Britt. No doubt about that. And even better, much better, I think, than even Justin Britt. I was saying Posick. I meant Britt on that 1 year wonder thing. Roger said, we can get 9 wins with the most basic scheme, which the players already know. I don't see how a new player-friendly scheme will make us worse. Even last year, could have been 10 wins if Myers made the kick against the Rams. Well said. I see it similarly. Haley asked if we're cutting Harris right now. Hard to say on this, Haley. We were kind of turning this over, and I think that there's a couple of different moves that could be made here from the Seahawks perspective of things. They could just carry 3 centers on the roster. They haven't done that in the past very often in recent history, but this might be the year that they decide to do that. They might have an outlook on it where they see Harris and Oluwatimi similar in their abilities, and there may be a team that likes Oluwatimi for a trade partner on a back-end draft pick. Here's a 4th, 5th round pick, and we'll give you that, and you give us Olu. And the team's like, well, we're only going to carry 2 centers anyway, so we'll move one. They could go that route with it as well. It could be, to the point of your question, though, as well, we're carrying 2 centers. Olu's a guy with some more talent than Harris has. He's got some more upside, some more long-term ability than Harris, who's a finished product. We can cut Harris and save that money. We're only going to carry the 2 centers. So your way is probably the most likely way within your question of the path they go with it. But are there other paths that they could choose to go here too? Potentially, yes. Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother, how you doing? Says, woo, let's freaking go. Let's go. Swedish says, oh my God, what's up, chat? And Hawks Nest, shortest date of my life last night. She left my house before eating dinner, and I had the food finished cooking before she arrived. Help, and also FML, laughing out loud. Hang in there, Swedish. Hang in there. Oh, no. I feel your pain, man. It's tough dating in this day and age, bro. It's not easy for the single peoples. Get married young, folks. It's a wasteland out there as you get older. Well, I got some stories. Chris says, while they're not overcomplicate things to begin with, it still takes time to learn new systems. They're approaching things differently than before. If it was that easy, every team would have success. Amen. That's that variance. It's where I think the variance is right and true and real. The upside is there on this team. The downside's there on this team. It's got a wider variance of outcomes this year for the Seattle Seahawks in 2024 than they've had in any of the recent prior years, in my opinion. It's hard to predict which way that needle is going to go. Radu, not always, but I agree for the most part. My point is that let's not get surprised if we become a quality this year and sooner than expected. Agreed, Radu. I see it the same way. You know I do. Chris says, I'd absolutely love a 10-plus win season and a postseason run. Not personally making a season prediction as things are so up in the air. Just don't want people to lose faith if we go 0-2 and 0-4. They're just blowouts and mistakes galore. No, I'll be on that board with it. And, throughout this offseason, Chris, I've been preaching patience. I'm certainly going to tell you that there's this potential in this team because I believe the potential in this team. And I believe in the potential of this team this year, that does exist in them. But I also have said that variance exists on the other side, that 7-win season exists on the other side because you are onboarding so very much differently than what was before. And there's a lot of reason to believe that might take more than just 3 or 4 or 5 months or a year. It takes the substantial time to truly get it on point and the finer details really fitted out. But it's a variance. It also could go the other way too. And that this team is not hitting its head on a ceiling of 10 wins or 9 wins. And that's also their only potential here. There is also a lot more not atypical potential to this team for a new coaching staff coming in. It's like a little bit of what somebody said above on this, where look at the difference of what Coach Carroll walked into. Look at what he had in the pantry when he walked in versus what Mike McDonald has in his pantry walking in the door. You could say it almost doesn't get more different as far as talent level and ability on the team versus one to the other. Mr. Kane says, Hawks Nest, does this lift the Max Unger curse? Yes, I'm having a group of Seahawks fans sent out to Lumen Field tonight as well. They're sneaking into the stadium. I don't want to get too much in the details of it. There's sacrifices, there's blood, there's feather. It's a lot of stuff going on, okay? Unger put it on pretty thick when he left. So I've got a lot of undoing to do, if you will. But the group will be out there tonight, 12:01 specifically. And it's an hour ceremony. But that will be the final, okay, now it's over with, okay? Now our horror has ended. It'll be a little bit of that. We're on the road. Haley says, so apparently George Holani is the lead for the third down back role, according to Huff. Sounds like Kenny fumbled the opportunity a bit. Holani's been impressive. He's been spoken about very kindly in a couple of the articles written about him, or not written about, just little posts reporters will make about him on it. And yeah, it seems like McIntosh hasn't quite gotten in there and soundly been able to lock things down on his side of it either. I do wonder if the third down back will end up being really, when it's all said and done, Charbonnet, just because that's the main way that they then find for Charbonnet to actually get some touches, because Walker will be taking so much of the load on his side of it. But I could see it going that way. Chad says, I would encourage everyone here to check out the depth chart every day to see who's really topping over the others. I've been hearing about Holani as well, but he's still fourth behind Cam on the DC. So preseason games will probably help out distill this too. Matthew Phillips says, how do you think an improved offensive line will impact Geno's play? I think they're intricately linked. I've referenced and commonly referenced on this, Matthew, that you look at the first 10 games of Geno starting in 2022, and you look at where he was at. Look at the articles that were being written about Geno. You know, if you were having MVP voting during that time, he would be in top 3 in the MVP voting. And why was he playing at that level? Was it because he had done the lonely work and worked his butt off to make sure that when he got this second opportunity after 10 long years, that he would take advantage of it and run with it as far as he could? Yes, that's a part of it. That's a big part of it, in fact. But another part of it was that was when in these last 2 years of him starting, he had the most stable of offensive lines. He had a stable running game. The defense wasn't completely living on the football field. So you provide those parameters back to him. We already saw this once with those first 10 games. That's a substantial amount of games. I'm not talking 1 game, 2 game, 3 game, 4 game. 10 games. So you provide him those same parameters now once again. Why can he not play at that same kind of level once again? Yes, I do absolutely foresee that. Little Dallas Cowboy, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the house. Nelson, if you think about our O-line, we haven't had a good one since we had a dominant center. I think we are returning to glory. It's been a great many years, Nelson. Great many years. And really, if you want to get down to the bottom line of it, it's, you know, you've had Pete Kendall, you've had Kevin Mawai, Robbie Tobeck, Max Unger. That's pretty much your history of decent centers here in Seattle throughout the many decades that we've been around. So it's kind of always been a bit of an issue, it seems like. And this guy hopefully is going to work to shore this up to a big degree. Hand Grenade says, you know, now that a few months have passed, did we old Yeller Pete Carroll? How long would it take you to finish a Seahawks escape room? Probably a lot. I don't know if I'd be good at those. I've never done one, but I don't think I'd be good at it. I think I'd be pretty bad. Yalin, thank you for another $2 donation. It says, extra quarterbacks, wide receivers, defensive backs. I don't envy the staff's jobs. No, you're going to have some tough cuts to make on this team, Yalin. I mean, you're going to have some guys that you're going to cut away that are going to be signed on other NFL rosters, that are guys that can play in the sport. You've stocked certain depth charts up to a certain degree, and it's a good problem to have. I would say it's in a lot of ways almost a necessity to eventually become a contender, because you've got to be both good on the front end and you've got to have the depth to do that. And you don't do that by but building it up very strongly, front to back. So it's a good issue to have, but it's going to be brutal making some of these cuts. Some of these wide receivers out there are just going to be like, oh, God, he's played so well. Or this guy's got so much still ability there. Don't want to do it. Cornerback room, same way. But that's how you want it, Yalin. That's the ideal. Much better that than you're like, yeah, we got our starters and we still have an extra spot. Has anybody else caught the ball well through it? Who's the best of the bunch then that can just do special teams? Billy does it, but he can't catch a cold. All right, that'll be our 5th receiver. Much better that way. Much better the alternative. Isaac has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 4 months. Thank you for that, Isaac. That long-time support. Says Hawks Nest equals my spirit animal as a 12. Let's effing go Hawks. Let's go, Isaac. Thank you, man. I make a good spirit animal. Where's the voice changer be? Oh, the voice changer is always here. Voice changer's always here. Let's get the voice changer. You're right. We're due for a little voice changer action, aren't we here?
The Seattle Seahawks have just signed one of the greatest centers in the sport at the moment. A man that will revolutionize this offensive line and take it to new heights not seen in years. This is just the type of offensive lineman that the 12s were looking to herd. Now, this team may truly ascend.
Hopefully it's working tonight. We can always do the magical chord ones too. I was like this. Seahawks got a center, and he's gonna kick some ass. I've been having too much fun with the friggin' voice changers, by the way. The Wizards says, I don't understand why Olu is looked over. He played solid last year when he did play, and I think he has massive potential. I don't want to seem like I'm discounting his potential on the way we're talking about him here today on this Wizard. And maybe very well the team looks at him as a guy that is the long-term answer there. I will say, though, that we're trying to at times kind of read by the team's actions a little bit of what they're telling you, too. And while Olu does look pretty good on the tape so far that he's been on, and he's looked that way to me, too, he hasn't played a lot in Seattle. And if he was out there kicking ass and taking names, if he was out there being a guy of massive potential on that practice field, I don't know that they're going to sign Connor Williams. So I think that there is a little bit of an indicator here, Wizard, that in going after Connor Williams, it's a bit of a unfortunate note on Olu of the team sort of saying, yeah, he's not quite there. Now, can he maybe get there in the future? Maybe. But it doesn't seem like he's there right now necessarily. But I'm not trying to overlook him on that. It's as much of that Connor Williams is that guy right now. Connor Williams is a former second-round pick. Olu is a former fifth-round pick. And there's a reason Olu is a former fifth-round pick. It's because he doesn't have some of the tantalizing physical ability of a guy like Connor Williams. That's why he drops down to the depths of the draft like he does. But he could still be really good. I don't seem that we're just tossing him out. No baby with the bathwater here, but it's just this guy is a substantial upgrade. Jag Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez. As I just dropped my video, please check it out. Yes, please do, folks. Jose's been one of my longtime moderators here on the channel. Been with me almost since day one, is Jose. He's got a great channel over there on his side of it, Jag Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez. Please do sub on up to his channel over there too as well. Max Bailey says, yes, Connor Williams, let's go. Let's go, Max. He says, I don't even remember what it's like to have a good line. I think this is going to help a lot. I do as well. Big time addition. Haley, Haynes, and Murphy have apparently been going at it in camp, which is lit. Gonna think Haynes wins out the starting job. Both those two guys are feisty, and they'll get after it, Haley. Now, you go watch Haynes on some of those Senior Bowl one-on-ones, and he's got the one point that he pisses off a defensive tackle so badly he makes the guy rip his helmet off and throw it. So he's a guy that'll get after it. He's got a bit of that all extra finish to him as an offensive lineman, and we know with Murphy, he's a dog too. So Patrick Appleton says Jamin Davis is going to pass rush. Oh, okay. They're going to work him off the edge a little bit. Kind of try to turn him into kind of the Micah Parsons maybe role in there, Patrick. Okay. Makes sense. Jamarcus really disappointed with how I've heard Sam Howell been talked about in camp. I love Mike's honesty. He was straight up, and Sam not being where he needed to be when he was asked in an interview. And I was there for 2 days of camp, Jamarcus. And so I think what's happened here with Sam, and I think that it's a little bit like Olu, where you sort of talk about where they are. Doesn't mean that that's where they're going to end up and where their final destination is due to be. And there's reasons for maybe why they're not quite where they need to be right now. Like Olu's case, he's been dinged up a little bit. Is that holding him back from being able to perform at his best? Maybe a little bit. In Howell's case, I think it's just that he has looked so very bad in camp. And there's been at times so very little good to kind of glom on to. Where you keep coming back to, man, this is tough. Man, this is rough. Man, this is brutal. And it has been a unanimous opinion, Jamarcus, as I've looked around and through on this. From coach to a guy like me on YouTube talking, everyone's kind of seeing the same thing. And I don't even have as much an explanation for it because I didn't expect Sam to look this over his head here as he's looked out the gate. But he's a young guy. It's a new system. There's time for him to learn and kind of figure it out. It's just he does have a long way to go. Yeah, Rod, I like that Brock and Salk McDonald interview. It was cool with McDonald talking about Witherspoon too, when he spoke about expecting greatness from Witherspoon. And he kind of let it slip. It was like something he wasn't trying to say, just kind of came out. And it was like, good, yeah. So he's trying to hold him to a standard. Max says the Commanders' offense was downright offensive last year. I wouldn't be panicking if Sam Howell was our starter, because then maybe we would get the 3rd overall pick in the draft. We might if he was, based on what I was seeing at camp. He'd have to get a lot better, a lot faster if we're hoping this team's going to be good with him starting a majority of the games. Haley says Nick Harris can play guard. No. Could be a floater, but we seem too stacked at offensive guard already. He goes about 290, Haley. You could technically play him there, and this offensive line doesn't mind lighter offensive linemen. That's not necessarily a death knell for you to play a position. You do speak about the stacked part of it. That's the part I would wonder about. You have Lincoln Tomlinson, Haynes, Bradford. Those are 3 guards that you're going to definitely carry. Are you going to carry 5 guards or are you going to carry 4 guards? Do you carry 4 guards plus then you carry 3 centers? Then you carry 4 tackles? It's kind of hard to, and then does Harris Haley beat out a guy like McLennan Curtis, who's had a really good training camp? And I mean, he seems to be a guy that's, say nothing of making the roster, might even be pushing as that starting right guard. So I don't know on that, with that being as much an option. It could be, but if I was making a bet on this, I would say you're probably not carrying these 3 centers on this roster for the full active season, for the full season. But there's probably some other move that's made, and 2 of these centers will be the ones that shake out when it's all said and done by the time we get to game 1. Max Bailey says, what was Connor Williams' contract? Do we know? Yes, we do. It's a 1-year, $3 million deal with $3 million in incentives. So $3 million, it's guaranteed $3 million deal basically. Can be worth up to $6 million if he hits his incentives. Just giving Seahawks some protection as far as that recent ACL to make sure that there's no reoccurring stuff going on there that they're paying for if he's not playing. Haley says, I hope we don't drop Michael or Lumea. I don't want to either, Haley. But I do think that we're going to try to, at this point, sneak them onto the practice squad. And can they get there? Is there going to be another team that jumps up and grabs them? There just might. Yeah, I want to keep those guys, Max. I'm with you and Haley on that. It'd be ideal, but it's going to be, there's no doubt at this point just about those 2 guys are going to have to be tried to be slid onto the practice squad. In Jarrell's case, if Lucas isn't ready to go through the first 4 games, maybe you can have him on the roster for 4 games and then try to sneak him. But it's going to be hard. Space asks if I think Kobe Bryant makes the cut. Part of me feels like with Marquise Blair coming into the fold here, that's going to make the odds longer for Kobe Bryant to make the team. He is very versatile. He's used all over the place. They're going to like that part of his skill set. It's another one of those questions where it's very hard to predict on this because I don't have a lot to base it on yet. Haven't heard much about Kobe so far. I know Marquise Blair had an interception in the scrimmage. Don't know much else as far as anything outside of that. John M429, thank you for the $10 donation. John, very kind of you. Really appreciate all of you guys on your support. You're amazing as ever. Says, I missed everything to this point. Damn sun in Southeast Alaska finally made an appearance the last few days. Excited about the signing. Thanks for the great coverage, Brandon. Well, thank you, John. I imagine right now Alaska's got to be as beautiful as any time of the year, as long as, of course, there's no clouds or any of that kind of going on. I mean, it's just got to look just like something out of a movie out there at this point, this time of year, when the sun's out there and shining. But I think as I'm seeing on my chat, I don't think there's been one comment yet that I've seen here and going for almost 3 hours on the show today that's been anybody that's run any disparaging remark about this contract. There's some worry maybe about what this means for Olu, but not about the player that you're bringing into the stable here. And I think that speaks to the magnificence of this deal, that there is such a unanimous opinion of overwhelming praise for the deal, that it's so good. And that should get you guys hyped. These kind of deals are not easy deals to find. These are the type of deals where you have to spend all the money to get this kind of value of a player in-house. And the Seahawks are kind of able to take advantage of a market opportunity here. And John took advantage of it. It's why you want to keep the flexibility with your cap situation and not be stuck at this time of year, because there's always some guy that shakes free or shakes loose that you can use on your team for an able need who can really substantially increase and help out your team. And John knows that, and that's why this isn't just by accident that this occurs. It's by John's approach of keeping that cap space throughout the year to make sure he's always got that flexibility to make these kind of moves. Yeah, I think it's overwhelmingly been nothing but just absolute praise on that, John, which I love to see. And, I agree with 100% too on this. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Very kind of you to say. And thank you for the $10 donation. Jeffrey Thistle with a $2 dono says, finally, a head coach who understands the importance of offensive line. One of the oddities, wasn't it, Jeffrey, is that for many years in Seattle, it just seemed like we'd just kind of lost this understanding of the importance of it, and it never quite ever made a lot of sense to me. I don't know if it was the Pete or the John or who's what or what this reason was that happened. I don't know why. I do know when Russell Wilson walked in the door, you had the highest paid offensive line in the sport. You had investment in that offensive line, like a top 10 pick in Russell Okung. You had tried to make sure that it was going to be, if not a strength of the team, something that was a very strong part of the team. And then as the years continued to go by, that just all seemed to wane and wane and wane and wane and got less and less and less and less. And it was so hard to understand why. I mean, some of it you go, okay, well, you're paying Russ and you've decided that for the extra money we're now paying into the quarterback position, some position on the roster has to take a hit for that and be pulled back as far as our investment into it. So we'll make it the offensive line. But I don't know if that was for the best to make that choice. And it does sound like the team is starting to understand that that's not the way that they're going to continue to persist to be in regards to that offensive line. And like you said, it's great to finally see them address it this way. This was at the head of my stack this offseason. When the season finished up, I said, get these trenches reinforced. Get the offensive line turned into a strength. And I don't know if it's going to be a strength this year, but I don't think it's going to be a weakness. Not like it's been. Patrick says, start Sam Howell. Bro, trust me, he's good. He had Eric Bieniemy and Ron Rivera as coaches. I still have some hopeful upside for him, Patrick. He's 23 years old, and I don't think last year's necessarily an indication of him as a final product, but he's looked really rough in practices. It's been an uphill climb in practices. When I tell you there's a big difference between what we're seeing from Geno Smith and what we're seeing from Sam Howell in a performance on the field. It is the great divide of difference right now. And I think he can come along. I think he can get better, Patrick. But it is right now it's not even a competition right now. Rockman Drums, Olu's a great pass protector, but he's not mobile. That's why he's not the guy. He is more of a pass protector than a run blocker, that's for sure. He was able to do the mobile stuff with Michigan, but you're right about him not being a great tester. If you look at his relative athletic score compared to guys like Haynes or Connor Williams, it's not in the same space. Space says it's nice to see that Woolen was able to step his game up this year. If he's given DK fits, he must be doing something right. Agreed. Seems like he's really risen up from last year and worked on his game and tried to be at his best coming into camp. And him and DK have been having battles going back and forth. And DK, on the same side of it, looks like he's in as good a shape as ever. So it's just been, two guys trying to be the best at their positions, just going at it day after day. And you just feel like that's going to do nothing but help those guys out when it comes to the season, being able to have that level of competition on a daily basis that you're going up against in practice. Haley says, this team has me wishing we could carry 60 players. I've long said I don't understand why the NFL gets so hard-lined on this. I know they want to not have to divvy out any more of their profit percentage to the players to accommodate bigger rosters, but it's long been needed more than just the 53 that they allow. It really does need it, Haley. Yeah, I agree. He says, don't forget when Patrick Mahomes told us his loudest stadium he has played in is, and he said Baltimore and Seattle. Well, maybe he's already dealt with a little bit of the noise stuff there then, feed me. and how to deal with it. Radu B, do you think the 53-man roster will ever increase to maybe 55-man plus? It should. I would say this already long should have happened, Radu, because you increased the games to 17 games a season. You increased the games to 2 Thursday night games a year. The NFL tries to counter that by saying, yeah, but now we have 16-man practice squads. That's their kind of balance back on that on the other side of it, which, okay. Right? Yeah. It doesn't seem enough. The 16-man practice squad seems like it's a step, but it ain't. More needs to be done. And with the daunting schedule as it is, and the way that this game is as brutal on the players' bodies as it is, 53 is just not enough. I mean, 55 is not enough. I think like Haley says above 60s. 60 sounds about right to me. That feels like just right. Save the Geese. How are the Browns in the Ayuk sweepstakes? I know they have cap this season, but they're like negative 60 in 25. What ridiculous front office and ownership group? I think you touched the nail on the head with the ridiculous comment where, I mean, they just do feel a little bit ridiculous in their approach. And I don't know if it's owner driven. I don't know, if I don't know what the reasoning is on that, to be honest with you. Because it just seems like they don't have much of a plan for why they do what they do. And they're very reactionary to the market, it seems like. Let's look at it. So, indeed, we go to 2025. The Browns are negative $60 million in cap space. Look at the Saints. Saints are, you can always count on the Saints. Let me show you the Saints here. You can always count on the Saints. 2025, they're only $91 million in dead money in 2025. That's all. Just 90. Yeah, look under your couch cushions. You'll find it. Browns right behind him at $60 million. So it's always about flexibility in these kind of situations. So can't get out of the Deshaun Watson deal. Ain't going to try to get out of the Myles Garrett deal. You can't get out of the Denzel Ward deal. Oh my God, they are stuck. You can't get out of the Joel Bitonio deal. How are they doing this? All right, so the thing to concentrate on, what I'm looking at here, folks, I'll highlight it for you, is you got their cap number here. So like, here's a cap number, right? But here's your dead money. Like Bitonio here, he's going to cost them 11.3 if they cut him next year. So that doesn't save you money. Denzel Ward doesn't save you money. Garrett doesn't save you money. Deshaun Watson doesn't save you money. All of these deals, even to Dalvin Tomlinson, are all negative deals. All of these. They can't cut any of these contracts I'm highlighting. And even if you cut like a Nick Chubb at 6, there's still a $6 million dead money hit. So you only save $225,000. So Zadarius Smith's going to be the first one. That's the obvious one. And then they're going to have to renegotiate a lot of contracts, Geese. But you're smart to look at that because there's no real flexibility of movement for them. That's the whole thing with it. Like, people look at the Seahawks cap situation for next year. Some people will kind of freak out with it when they first look at it, but it's not really about our cap space being bad, that we don't have much cap space right now for next off season. It's more about cap's flexibility to renegotiate contracts to make that work. And what you see here with these contracts I've highlighted here, those are all deals that are, you cut those guys, you're having to take on more dead money than you save by cutting them. So they've got to clear out $60 million of dead money off the books. They've got to get their books balanced in that way. And the only way that they're going to be able to pull that off means that they're going to have to base the bonus. They're going to have to do what the Saints do in a lot of ways, is just base the bonus the shit out of all of those contracts I'm highlighting. But still, then, how do they fit the $30 million of Brandon Ayuk? I don't have a first clue. It would definitely make my nuts itch if I was a general manager doing that. I would not feel comfortable about, I make that kind of move if I think I'm like on the edge of getting fired, I guess. Like, let's throw up a Hail Mary. Old School Seahawks says, I got a hankering for more Bobo. More Bobo, please. I dropped the Bobo video over on the Clips channel today. Haley says Ravens took like 6 games to get their defense fixed under Mike McDonald. According to what I'd read, it was like 10 games. Right in the same area. Brian says if they go 18 games, they got to increase the game day roster size. Yeah, you do. At that point, it's like, come on, dude. You want them to start calling in fans off the stadium? Like, wouldn't that be cool if you could do that? That would actually be the one way I'd be okay with them, like limiting the roster size, is that they like if they get down too many guys in the game, that they just have to call somebody out of the stands. Max Bailey says Browns would trade Amari Cooper. He has a big contract. Yeah, the only thing with that is that then don't they take, so I'm 2000 and with Cooper. See, with Cooper, they eat $20 million. $18 million of dead money on Cooper, technically. Doesn't make any sense. Hamza says, took a nap, woke up. The best news ever. Let's have it go. Let's go. Mr. Kane says, that voice changer is legendary. Oh, I'm going to have fun with it this year, Mr. Kane. I'm going to be going probably a little too crazy with it this year. Christopher Walken through the voice changer. Let's try it. Let's see how he sounds here. Where's my narrator guy?
Connor Williams, so good. The center, he wins every route, pass ball, run game, you name it, he wins it every time. 6 million, 3 really million, nothing. That's opinions. I'm telling you now, this is the deal, the lifetime.
Brandon is the voice changer when it comes to walking. I am the voice changer when it comes to walking. Big Boy Jess just read that linebacker Josh Onujijibijuju was waived due to an injury. Yeah, he had some flashes a little bit last year, but new coaching staff, yeah. Sounding like Optimus Prime. There we go.
Autobots, assemble.
Yeah, we have to rebrand to the 13th man now? I think we are. DVN payback for having to deal with McVay and Shanahan all these years is coming. This must be how they felt about Pete in the early 2010s. Amen. Max says, I love that cam clip on the Super Chats. Thank you, Max. I figured you guys would dig that. I've been having some fun with some of the graphic stuff you can do on Adobe. Big Cuz says, you all have the pieces. You all not far away. Well, and I don't have to tell you, Big Cuz, you guys are going to still make a lot of noise this year. There's a bit of a reset thing here. You got kind of plundered on some of your coaches this offseason. You had some of your players get plundered. Clowney goes out to Carolina and you lose Queen. Now, I know in Queen you guys got the guy in play. You drafted that kid out of Clemson last year, so he's ready to slide right in there. And it's part of what the Ravens do really well is they have a really good depth and guys kind of always in development behind those starter guys to kind of step forward if they do lose a really good guy. And I still expect you guys to be every bit as strong again this year and making every bit as the kind of noise you guys make on a yearly basis where you're one of the best out there in the AFC. Really impressed too, because with how Lamar took a big step forward and really truly doing quarterback things last year, and how he ran, it was a far cry. I know he still had a lot of yards running the ball, but it was just a big far cry watching him play the position, from looking like at times a running back playing quarterback to last year he looked like a quarterback playing the position who could run. Max says the George Holani tape from Boise State is promising. He runs with power. Me likey. Yes, he runs a lot of power. He's a good player. Yalin says, I was excited for Howell as anyone. I'm not delusional Howell defender, but I wonder if his issue is he's trying so hard he's not able to do the basics. Maybe he needs to loosen up and trust. It could be that, yeah. And it's a new scheme, new system to him, a new team, and he's a young player. So he's not a finished product. We're not coming to any kind of ultimate certainties about him. And a little bit of some of maybe how he's looked too is just how good Geno's looked on the other side of it. Good morning, football breakdowns. I'm surprised Olu couldn't get the start, though he would be good. Just couldn't quite grab it. I liked him a lot coming out of college too, and I still do like Olu. But I really like Connor. Matthew Phillips, I'd love to hear what's going on in McVay and Shanahan's minds today. They got Connor Williams. Why didn't we do that? I know we don't have any money. Why didn't we do that? We should have done that just to keep him from them. Diego says, should the Seahawks start looking for Lucas's replacement already, or do you trust in his health for years to come? We don't really know on the outside looking in on this, Diego, exactly where his knee is at, as far as both in the immediacy and in the long term. It does sound like in recent days we've had reports that he's going to be coming off the PUP very soon, and that he's going to be pretty good to go for the season, and that the team feels like this is going to be okay. So that's a great report. And if that's the case, the surgery that he had worked. That's kind of what it comes down to, Diego, is we don't know if the surgery that he had worked. If the surgery that he had fixed what was problematic and what was an issue. I think that if you go through this season and you find that he's back dealing with it again, that it's a chronic issue, that it's just not going away, yeah, you have to go and look for his replacement. For the season coming up, the Seahawks have already gotten ahead of this issue by bringing George Fanton. You already had Stone Forsythe to give you some depth, but now you get George Fanton here who gives you a little bit more value in your depth there if Lucas can't go for that year. So they've kind of taken the steps for the immediacy to make sure it's going to be okay, but you want to give it that one more year to see if that surgery is going to take, and if it does, you're good to go with him, and he's awesome. Good morning, football breakdown says, but Olu is only 2 years younger than the top 5 center, so that makes sense they went this direction. Indeed, a little bit of an older prospect. That's that thing we come to when people were talking about earlier on, his upside versus he was kind of more of known as being the finished product coming out. He had hit his ceiling. This is what he was. And what he was is either going to go and take and hit the ground running in the pros and be a good player, or he was not going to be able to be quite to that. We'll see with Olu, though. Olu's story is not finished necessarily. Holy Sand Grenade, who's that? Browns? That's the Browns cap situation, yeah. It's kind of dirty. I think I was clicking on 24 on that maybe a little bit, but they're still just, they can't get through some of those deals. They're stuck in a lot of ways. I don't know how they're pulling this deal off. Again, too, I don't know why they're doing it. Just kind of ridiculously dumb. I know. Do you hear the thing, Kitty? It's okay. It's okay, Kitty. I know. Chris says Brown's got itchy nuts from Watson's deal. Probably. I would be too. They probably rubbed that thing raw over the last couple of years. Jeff Fordall, curious, when do you think Connor Williams starts practicing? Well, reports are he's healthy and good to go. So I would expect him, Jeff, to pretty much be out there within the next couple of days. I don't think he's going to play in the preseason. But I would expect him to be very, very soon out there. I don't think the team's going to go slow with him because the reports that we're hearing, Jeff, is that he has recovered from the surgery, that he is 100% good to go. Rob says, I'm so happy. Let's go, Robs. You echo what I think is where a lot of people are in the chat right now today after this news. Isaac says, told you nothing's better than the Hawks Nest walking. Let's go now. Hand Grenade says DK is Optimus Prime now. He is Optimus Prime. You've had your Megatron. Now view Optimus Prime. Kevin O'Connell, damn, we still going strong. Let's go, Brando. You know how I do, Kevin. We got good news to celebrate. I'm going to celebrate the hell out of that news. Will Valdez, Brandon, if you haven't seen it yet, I would recommend Batman Caped Crusader. I'll check it out, man. Some people have been dogging on it a little bit, which had me a little bit off because usually those animated Batmans are always the tits. But I'll check it out, man. I like me a good Batman story. Chris, it sounds like Walken has a throat box from smoking. Yeah. Let's go. Was Dan Grenade, is DJ Fluker still available or wrong side of the ball? I don't know. He was trying to come back. I don't think he was signed anywhere, though. He was doing a bunch of Instagramming and I'm ready to go. And it just, I don't think he got picked up. Rob says 1 month and 2 days until we see the season will be depressing or exciting under the new coaching. It's true. We're going to learn a lot quickly. Could be too, though, a year where you start out rough, turn out good, start out good, keep good. You never know. If it wasn't good out the gate, I wouldn't necessarily say that means we're in for a long one. I forget what we were talking about. I said ridiculously dumb on. The Watson deal. King Bomber. That's right. We're talking about the Watson. Watson. Can he go meow? We need a star scream or a sound wave. I know we do. I think they've got something I think that might be like that on this thing. I got to buy the whole ticket on it to like use all the voices, which I think I'm going to do because I think it'll be worth it. The new Deadpool was good, Chris. I'm planning on checking it out, man. I've loved every clip I've seen that's come out on YouTube. Tried not to watch them, but they're everywhere. Addicted says, Brandon, what will one-on-one drills with Connor Williams versus Byron Murphy look like? Gladiator 3? I think Gladiator 2 is in theaters. If it's not in theaters, it's going to be in there soon. But it'll be a good battle. Connor's a gritty, dirty it up, You think you're in a fist fight and you suddenly get an elbow and like Three Stooges, 2 fingers to the eyes move, He ain't going to just do you straight up. He's going to make sure he executes his block come hell or high water. And Byron Murphy being a rookie, maybe not ready for all that. He may be, he's just going to try to block me. Oh, you just think I'm trying to block you. As he winds barbed wire around his wrist. Is that what you think, Rook? Huh? That's what you think I do here, huh? There's going to be probably a couple lessons learned on that one, I would imagine, Addicted. Just a few. Chris says Fluker was on the Raiders practice squad last season, I think, but that's it. Oh, okay. He's still kind of banging around. Rob says the first two wins are Pats and Broncos, so it could give us somewhat of an idea of where we stand. I think you will definitely get a clearer view, a bit of the upside of this team, because those are 2 kind of winnable games, especially if you're going to be playing 2 rookie quarterbacks that are starting their first and their second start collectively. But it's a little bit of the thing that the chat has turned over, especially over the last 2 months, and trying to consider this season coming up. And that is that there is so much variance in both potential and downside to this team in the season and where it could go. And it's hard to know exactly how that'll all shake out at the current time. Everything seems a little bit uncertain with that. But both sides of the spectrum exist. And they're I think, real in that potential. Haley says, Geno with time to throw is actually such a scary thought. It really is. Because those bad habits I talk about over time that can affect a quarterback, and I think that Geno Smith was feeling the effects of that as we got into the depths of last year. And what I mean by that, Haley, is that you can have a quarterback that's fearless against the pass rush, that will stand in there and take a hit. That'll be in that mindset, and they have a game that happens and they're under a lot of pressure, and okay, I'm stay strong, and bang, 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 I take my hits on them. Okay, come back another game, and here you're facing it again, and you're facing it again. It's one thing to face a game like that one every 5 games. Yeah, where you're getting some pressure, but I'm talking about the inundated pressure that Geno Smith was operating underneath for a large part of the last 2 seasons. And what eventually does happen to those quarterbacks is then you start banging on those quarterbacks and you go, man, look at the guy, he's seeing ghosts. That there wasn't even any pressure there and he's running from it. And you go, yeah, that's the cumulative. This is why you want to avoid reaching the cumulative state of things, because the cumulative is inevitable. A quarterback keeps getting his brains bashed in snap after snap. He will eventually see ghosts. He will eventually stop playing the position with the level of proficiency that he was able to play it from when he had more cleaner pockets. And the inverse of that's also true to it, Haley. If you give the quarterback consistent clean pockets, if he knows he's going to have that time to go through his reads, then there's less of the looking at ghosts. There's less of him bailing on pockets. There's more of him making the right choices and the right decisions within the pocket. And that is when you get the best Geno Smith. Jeff says, thanks for answering my questions. Knew this was going to be an awesome season. Go Hawks. No doubt about it, Jeff, and my pleasure, brother. My pleasure. Thank you for watching. Rob says the first to win are Pats and Broncos, so it could give us somewhat of an idea of where we stand. That's right. That's where I'm at with it too. Nice 2 measuring stick points there. Boys, hand grenade, Deadpool is peak cinema. It looks like it, man. I'm stoked for it. Glad we're getting a movie like that. We need this. We need this right now. Haley says the Niners were apparently asking for a second and George Pickens for Ayuk. The front office is so full of themselves. They definitely don't make it easy to get deals done. And you got to give them credit where they've done these standoffs before, like with Deebo Samuel, and it's worked out in kind of their favor, where they've managed to not lose a player or have to give a player for not the right draft capital. But that's absolutely right. I mean, there was no way you were going to get Pickens for Ayuk. That's a pointless deal for the Steelers. Why did they want to do that? Unless they're looking to get rid of Pickens in the near future, which there's no indications that that's what they're looking to do. So yeah, that's probably why the Steelers got out on that deal very quickly, Haley. I'd heard that they were going to offer a first rounder to the Niners and that was the parameters of that one. And if I was the Steelers in this situation, that's the team that actually does make sense to go out there and make this move. Right or wrong, Steelers have decided that they want to be a contender this year and they want to be a team to try to go for it this year. So if that's the case, then go for it. Go make this kind of move. If you trust you'll be a playoff team, what's the 21st, 22nd pick in the draft for Brandon Ayuk, if not deeper into the draft? Now, Steelers don't tend to like to pay guys. They tend to be a little tight-fisted, but they were the team that made the most sense to me in making that move, but not to give up Pickens on the other side of it, Haley. That part would make no sense from their perspective. Sentai Ranger Donnie, how you doing, man? Ah, yes, my number 1 Transformer, Optimus Prime. He's the GOAT. Rob says, I hope they get Hal later on this season because he could truly be a quarterback 1 talent, but he needs to learn under a vet and not feel rushed and be surrounded by good talents. That's right, Robs. Geno had 10 years from his first starting opportunity. It's like Hal just left his first starting opportunity like Geno did with the Jets, right? And then Geno had to wait that 8 years to then go get that true second opportunity to then be a starting quarterback. And in that 8 years, there's a lot of work he got done inside that time frame. Sam Howell needs to get that same kind of work done. And it's stuff that has to do with from the neck up. All up here, cerebral approach to the position and getting better at that side of it. And he has in Geno the perfect kind of blueprint guy to follow in a path on this to get there. Part of the reason why they probably made the deal. So he can be that guy. He just has to stay on the path of improvement, and it's bit by bit. It ain't a slow process. It takes time, and the ability is there. Sean says, Hawks Nest, does the Connor Williams signing make up for the Creed Humphrey for Stone Forsythe and D. Eskridge trade? I mean, not really. But I will say this, if we're looking at the Creed Humphrey situation, Creed wouldn't necessarily be a great a fit in this offensive scheme as he does to what the Chiefs want to do. Meaning he's not a hyper mobile guy. So while he would have given us good initial returns there with the Coach Carroll offenses, and he fit to the Coach Carroll offense of what I want from a center, I don't know if he would have necessarily been as good a fit here for as good a player as he is, and he is a damn good player. I mean, you could have made it work, but would have been a pure fit with his kind of lack of athleticism and mobility, not necessarily on that side of it. But this is definitely a move that you've at least now tangibly worked in a true way to solve what I would call, Sean, is a problem position. Center has been a problem position. You drafted Ethan Posick. You barely got any quality play from Ethan Posick at center. You got Justin Britt, who played right tackle and flamed out there, right guard and flamed out there, and then finally you got him to kind of somewhat take at center. And that's been your track record as far as your approach at center since you've been there rolling for well over a decade. So this is a problem position that needs to be addressed, and that means you need to go out there and go find quality. And they've done so here. And the best part is that they've done so, Sean, without having to necessarily give up a lot of resources to do it. In fact, you gave up a minimal amount of resources to get the maximum amount of returns here. And that makes this nothing but an absolutely wonderful deal. Brian says, got to hit the hay, folks. All hail Connor Williams and Brandon. See you next time. Well, thank you, Brian. I appreciate that, man. You have yourself a great night, brother. Haley says, Geno should have been starting over Eli. Geno was objectively better, but New York didn't want the optics of benching a Manning. No, they didn't. And you're right. I think he was outperforming him, and the proof is in this, and that McAdoo started Geno for a game because he thought Geno was going to be a better option, and the fans freaked the hell out about it. So you're right about that. He definitely could have. That's the part I always say about people that were dogging on Geno, saying that the fact Geno hasn't gotten another opportunity is a representation of the fact that he's not a good player. And my pushback on that is that you don't always get another opportunity right after you got your last one. There aren't always teams lining up to say, okay, now we'll take you to start. Oh, you didn't go great there. Come right over here. We'll have you right back. Sometimes you have to wait a long period of time to get another opportunity to go out there and show what you got. And that's what Geno did. Rob's, Hal's got good mobility and good arm and all around good intangibles. So honestly, if Geno shows in the ropes, we could be set. We could indeed. He's got a good mentor to be guided on. Geno definitely got a lot of mentorship in his 10 years of time with Phillip Rivers, and Eli Manning, and Russell Wilson. So let's see if he can do the same here. John HawksNest, who do you think will be on the Seahawks starting O-line? I think your day one starting offensive line, Sean, is going to be Charles Cross, Laken Tomlinson, Connor Williams, Christian Haynes, and probably right now George Fant is your starting right tackle day one, with Lucas coming into play a little bit later on. But I think Haynes is your right guard, and I think Laken is your left guard when we get to day one. They like Laken's veteran presence. There's not been another guy that's locked in at left guard. Right guard's been a very open competition, and I feel the least best about the right guard position in the prediction of this because of the fact that McClendon Curtis has played really well. Anthony Bradford's been kind of a question mark in what's going on with him. And then Haynes has been a little up and down. So it's hard to quite predict where that one will go, Sean, but that'd be my best guess. Addicted says, Brandon, looking way ahead, K9 is on the third year of his contract. Charbonnet is the second year. Grubb's offense should help both. Will re-signing both too costly in the future? A nice problem to have for sure. You're not going to be signing both of them. And there may be even a place here where John has seen this philosophy evolve with time, Addicted to Hawks, being that he's paid running backs in the past and those deals have oftentimes not worked out. So does he take that as a lesson learned? Or does he look at it like, no, my decision-making was right there, just the results didn't come out. We got unlucky in the results. But the thinking and the intelligence behind signing him to the extension was smart. I don't know on that, where he stands on it. I would reckon to guess that he's not spending more than one if he's going to spend up on one guy. My thinking is that Walker goes out and has a 1,500 kind of yard season, that the Seahawks can then leverage that final year of his deal to find a contract extension that's appropriate for both parties. This offseason, we saw the running backs kind of have their come to Jesus moment where rather than fret and get pissed off about the fact that they're not getting paid. We saw a lot of running backs on day 1, 2, 3 of free agency go out and get paid, find a market rate that worked both for the team and the player. So running backs were actually able to get a little bit of money. Teams weren't having to pay some over the top price in order to get those deals done. So maybe something similar can kind of take place here with Kenneth Walker on that side of it. But I would say it's going to have to be one or the other on that addicted. And there might be a point here too, where he just says, I'm not ever signing another running back again. And I'm just going to draft him high. I'll get the quality there. I'll get it deep there. And I'll just keep rotating those guys through and call it a day. He might, that's that evolution of where he might be in his methodology of approach to the position now. Isaac says center is a central position. The pivot is, well, pivotal. He, like the quarterback, also touches the ball every snap. Indeed. Say nothing of, he usually tends to be your guy calling out protections. He's got to be cerebral. He's got to be your guy that sees everything coming. He's like your catcher in baseball a little bit, too. Central is right. Pivot point is correct. And it has been one that has been a position that we've been held back by in recent years. Not only have we not had good positional play from the position, above average play, we've had well below league average play from the position recently. It's just been really bad. So it's the place that if you can not only get that up to a league average place, but get that up to almost kind of an impactful level with the player you're bringing in. What that does and helping out just all of the rest of the offensive line with it by the general nature of the collective performance, I think it raises it up quite a bit. Haley says, what's crazy to think about is that if Geno hadn't played so well subbing in for Russell Wilson III, we probably don't make that trade with Denver. That's a huge what if. Maybe on that, Haley. I think some of that by that point was Russ pushing things out of town and just John being done with it. I also think that the team was very high on Drew Lock in that trade, and that if it was Drew Lock you were bringing on to be your starter and then you go sign somebody out there in free agency, I don't think that would have. I think that they still would have made the trade on that at that point. I think it made him feel better to make the deal to have Geno in house. No doubt about that. More comfortable. But I think as much the push of that trade was happening because you had reached kind of a point of where just two camps that couldn't be in alignment on their thinking. I might be wrong on that, Haley. Just my gut on it. Chris, my opinion could change during the season, but right now I'd rather keep Sharp over Walker. See how it goes? I'm more of a Walker guy. I just think he's a little bit more of a game-changing talent, in my opinion. I think Charbonnet is a really great back, though, too. And I think they're both difference-making level backs for the position that you have back there in both of the two of them, I would say. But you're not alone. I've heard a couple people mention that in my chat, Chris, that they're a little bit more of a higher on Charbonnet and his running style and what he brings to the table than Walker. Walker does a little bit too much dancing for some folks. But then I go back and say, well, he dances a little bit too much, but sometimes he has to dance so much because he's got so much penetration in the backfield in the first 2 years of his career here. He's going to be a fun guy to watch to see how he takes to this offense, which should really, really, really get the most out of his skill set. Maximize him to the best of his ability. Don B2.06. Thank you for subscribing, Don, to the channel. I appreciate you. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. Really appreciate you on that, Taker610. He says, the long off season is finally over. Win prediction. Well, win prediction. If we maintain our health through training camp for the most part without anything major coming down the line, and understanding this Connor Williams and what he's going to do, which I think he adds a game or two better to your win total. In fact, I'll just go one game just to try to be fair with it. I think he adds one game better to you as a full season. So I'll go with 11 wins right now. I was going to look at, before this Connor Williams trade, being around 10 wins. I'm going to go 11 wins. I think the schedule's set up for you to do this. I think Connor substantially upgrades the offensive line position that was most in need of being upgraded. You could take it much further from where it is in that upgrade than any other of those offensive line positions. So I will go with 11 wins and feel pretty good about that right now, Taker. 10 before, but that's how substantial I think this move is it increases you a full one game. One player increases you a full one extra game this season by his addition. Maybe I'm just in the Connor Williams afterglow, but that's how it feels to me, man. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. And right, you're right, Space. They're both great in regards to both the running backs. Ryan the Cut says, I hope we at least give K9 one contract extension. He's special. I'd be open to doing it. And if he goes out there and has the year I think he's going to have, which is 1,500 collective yards, 12 to 13 touchdowns, that I would hope the team would do it. And the good news with the team at that point is that you have some flexibility because he's not a free agent after 3 years. You have one more year of club control. But that you can then find that kind of happy middle ground on that contract that guys like a Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, DeAndre Swift were able to find out on the open market and free agency this offseason. Haley says, getting to see Walker with an O-line that blocks well enough that he's not making 2 cuts in the backfield is exciting. That will be fun. Just get him some space, Haley. Give him some room to work with, and let's see what he can do. Addicted Brandon, I like Sharp's power, but agree, K9 has more talent. If K9 clicks this year and they extend him, do they trade Charbonnet for a middle of the pack saving? Do they trade Charbonnet for a middle of the pack, middle draft pick, saving some money at the running back position? Yes. So what I would think would happen is that you would have Walker sign his contract extension. You would then have Charbonnet heading into his 3rd year. You would have Charbonnet play out his 3rd year as the backup to Walker after Walker signed the contract extension. Charbonnet goes after his 3rd year and he's due to be paid a contract extension. He's played really well in that number 2 role when he's gotten his carries. Some team comes to Seattle and they say, hey, we'll give you a 3rd round pick for Shaq Charbonnet. And then we'll give Charbonnet a contract extension. Bingo, bango. You flip him out at that point. You go draft the Walker's backup with a 3rd rounder or whatever on that side of it. Yeah, I think that's great thinking, Addicted. I think that's exactly what you would do. Duncan, Idaho. What's up, Duncan? This is late live chat. What's up, people? We get hyped up on these things when we got a cool signing that comes down. It gets everybody a little bit tuned up a little bit here. Wakes everybody up in the training camp period. We're in the doldrums of training camp. It gets everybody a little bit like that old dog on the porch that suddenly raises its head on a dusty, sunny day. A bit like that. 3 hours says, where do you think Ayuk goes? I think it's the Browns at this point. Browns have been the main team that keeps being named over and over again, and that's the one that just feels right. It doesn't feel right. I don't think it's a good move in the end of the day. I don't know what's best for either of the team, but I actually like it better for the Niners than the Browns. And the Niners come up with a pretty creative solution for their situation. Richie says, bingo, bango, pickled mango. Chris Miner says, Justin Britt did a great job to me. Well, the guy did an awesome job of finding a position, finally. And he wasn't a bad right tackle. He wasn't really a good one. He wasn't a bad right guard, but he wasn't a really good one. He had one good year for us as a center. We gave him a contract extension after that one good year and then didn't do as good after that 1 year. It's kind of Justin Britt's career in Seattle, but not a bad player. Haley says, it's still funny to think about Shandy getting drunk on media day after hearing the Hawks were getting Mike McDonald. 2-0 versus the Niners this year, please. Yeah, that was hilarious. I brought that up to Jesse too, Haley, when I did the Behind the Enemy Alliance. I said, him being drunk, that was a weird look. You're just about to have your Super Bowl and you're getting blasted. It's like, I would be dead sober the week of if I was a head coach of a team leading up to Super Bowl, you want to talk about being dead sober, eating nothing but good food, just being locked in. I mean, like unshakable concentration of what's going on in the moment. Those rare moments you have in your life where you're really aware of how important every step you're taking, every breath in the moment of what you're doing you're taking. To have the audacity to go out there and just get blitzed. Was Dan Grenade Steelers still in play for BA? I don't know. I heard that they were out. But maybe they're in. I don't know. This whole Ayuk thing's been exhausting. This team's out. This team's in. Trade, not trade. Extension was going to be done soon. Not going to be done soon. I don't know. Chris Walker up the middle like they ran him is no bueno. He danced outside out of necessity because of the subpar run blocking. Definitely. That's my outlook on it too, Chris. I did a video on this. of Walker a couple months ago, really examining just this factor of it. And he had to dance because he had to dance. If he didn't dance, he would have had taken a 5-yard loss a lot of times. So it's better blocking, better Walker, more productive Walker. Duncan says, over the cap is saying that the Niners have $52 million in cap space, most in league. Is that right? I'm looking at it right now. So the Niners indeed have $52,261,000 in cap space right now. That is correct. You would be correct, sir. But a big part of it too, Duncan, is the next year's cap situation that's hanging over this. It's not really what's happening right now. It's more about the team trying to make sure that they can push this year's money, and because of course unused cap you can roll over to next year's cap. So the Niners next year are almost $39 million in dead money right now. So they want to move over a huge chunk, ideally, of this $52 million that remains on their cap. They want to move that over to next year so they don't have to do a lot of cutting and trimming and letting guys go that they don't want to have to let go. That's been a bit of this. And that's also, Duncan, of course, with the Brock Purdy contract, that's kind of the acme weight over the top of all of this. It's a big balancing game they're trying to pull off. Addicted Brandon, my old memory is failing. Wasn't there O-line free agent O-lineman that Schneider signed named started with O, I think. Injury history, fellow with the Hawks. What was his name? I'm not sure on that one, man. Schneider history. Mike Iupati? Is that what you're talking about? Nitro, if the 49ers don't win the Super Bowl this year, their Super Bowl window should close by then, especially with the Purdy contract. Do you see a way they can extend their window? To me, this is kind of the final year of the window. It doesn't guarantee it's the final year of their window, and this is, as I was talking here with Duncan on this is a bit of the game the Niners are playing right now. Like, they're not paying Brandon Ayuk, not because they don't want to pay Ayuk. It's just that they were having to really perform acrobatics here. It's not because the Niners have done something wrong or bad or mismanaged their cap. It's because they're in a long part of this Super Bowl window, and when you get in the back of a Super Bowl window, you've paid all of your players. And so you've stacked your cap up in a way where you're in the back end of those contracts and you're just right up against it. And so now you just have to get really clean and lean on how you flip things. And what adds on that layer is the fact that you're that deep in, you've been pushing money up, you've been floating this over here, you've been sticking that over there. And now you got a quarterback coming in that's going to take $55-60 million a year. And so that's the part that's the little bit of an extra here. If there's no Brock Purdy contract coming in next year, Duncan, Brandon Ayuk's contract gets done. But the anticipation of next year's $39 million of dead money, the anticipation of Brock Purdy's contract next year forces the Niners to then have to pivot off of a Brandon Ayuk or a Kittle or a Debo. This one guy has to be kind of picked to be sent off the island in order so you can continue to accommodate next year so that they can theoretically continue to elongate out that Super Bowl window by keeping Brock Purdy in-house, and that, the thinking goes then that you can keep your Super Bowl window without an Ayuk here into the future, but you can't do so if you lose a Brock Purdy into the future. The other part with this too, Duncan, is that you have the Trent Williams contract holdout going on top of all of this. So Trent wants to be paid a huge dollar amount on a short-term deal. They're not going to pay him a 4-year contract for a guy that's 36 years old. So then that's even more money you got to come up with. This is the pickle the Niners are in right now, is it's not just about the deal, the money you have available. It's about the contracts you have to hand out. It's about where the future of the cap's going to be at. It's about the quarterback contract that's going to come down the line. It all sort of swirls in there together. Sorry, I was thinking it was Luke Jokel. Jokel was the former Jaguar first overall guy. Duncan, I do believe David Bakhtiari has retired from the NFL. Just had those too many major injuries at the lower legs, I think. It was his back or his legs on that. I can't remember. One of the two. Joe Hendricks says, how would it close? How would it close? They're one of the best teams in the league, even when they pay Purdy. Laughing out loud, they'll be a contender for the next 4 years. They draft better than us and have a better culture. I don't know about the culture aspect of it, and I don't know about the last 3 years. I would say the Niners have drafted better than us. They've had some ups and downs with drafting. They've done pretty good overall. This tends to be the way, Joe, that Super Bowl windows tend to work in the NFL, is that you have a team, it peaks out, it's got a couple years where it can be at that place. They run into the situation that the Niners are running into. So you say they're one of the best teams in the league right now, even when they pay Purdy. I don't think that they've come down the line, Joe, and yet had to face the contract music yet. Meaning I don't believe that they've walked into the salary cap situation where they're really pressed by it. They've been able to pay everybody. They've not had to really start to take the ebbs and flows of hits of having all of these contracts through the back end of a Super Bowl window hit. Namely, basically because of the fact that they haven't had to pay a quarterback contract up at top 5 rate or top 10 rate, despite the fact that they could be a Super Bowl contender. So what did they have to do this offseason? Well, you got to let go of Eric Armstead. Did you want to let go of Eric Armstead? Or was it that you were already looking out ahead of this situation where McCaffrey's going to want a contract extension, Trent Williams is going to want a contract extension? I think there's a very clear pathway on this when you look at the history of this, Joe, of how this goes. It's a life cycle in the NFL. And the Niners are in that life cycle that once you get to the place of paying Brock Purdy $60 million a year, once you're to the spot where George Kittle's getting to the end, Deebo Samuel's getting to the end, you've got a guy in Trent Williams right now, Joe, that's 36 years old. You don't think that Niner offense substantially changes the second that Trent Williams retires? I mean, look at where that offensive line is right now. You're claiming that they draft so well, but part of how they've not drafted well is the fact they've not really been building up that offensive line particularly great here over the last couple of years. Part of the reason that the Niner fans that I saw throughout the offseason were begging the organization to address it. And all they did is they went out and got Dominic Pooney. That's not addressing it. It's going out and getting like one guy and hoping it will fix it. So I think that there's a lot of ways it's easy to see where this could close up for them and could close up really fast. I'm not saying it's a certainty, but I am saying that this tends to be where it is. Their Super Bowl window already has gone longer than our Legion of Boom Super Bowl window went. And that just shows you, again, that life cycle happens and it's kind of inevitable. It's the father time and all of that. But you can even see it, Joe, in looking at their cap situation. It's right there staring you right in the face. You see it in the moves of moving on from an Eric Armstead. And they're already having to make these kind of decisions. They don't want to move Brandon Ayuk. If they wanted to move Brandon Ayuk, Joe, they would have moved him at the draft. They would have moved him when they got the maximum returns back, but they weren't happy with the returns they were getting back. They knew it was going to substantially hurt the team. Now, Christian McCaffrey on top of it, who's long past, Joe, the 2,000 touch mark, which tends to be an inevitable spot that you land on with running backs where they fall off a cliff. And you can track that through 30 effing years of NFL history. These guys are not getting younger and they draft great. Last 2 years, what have they drafted that's been great? Last 3 years, outside of Purdy, what has been great about what they've drafted? I still think they're going to be good this year, by the way, Joe. I'm not saying that they're not in that Super Bowl. Like, I have them winning the division this year. So I'm not saying the Niners drop off this year, but I do think that when you run into the $39 million of dead money next year, when you're looking at Trent Williams at 37, and you just gave him a 33-year deal to make him the highest paid left tackle again in the sport, and you have McCaffrey 3,000 touches into his career, and you have Deebo Samuel and George Kittle, who already have played so much football and have so many injuries on their bodies, that, yeah, this is what happens to teams. They eventually reach the end of the road. Doesn't mean that they can't reload it and reset it and get back there quickly after that point, but it does mean that the reload is going to be a bit in order. Nitro says, what do you think about the Rams in the future? They feel like they're in a weird place where they are held together by their old players, but it could collapse without them. They've done a pretty good job in drafting in recent years. I think that McVay is showing a willingness to kind of evolve in his structure to be a little bit more run heavy this year. It's going to be probably mainly dependent on how they address the quarterback position after Stafford leaves more than anything else. Because for a McVay coach, he's going to be at his best when he has a quarterback, as we've seen with him with Stafford, when he's got a guy that is a difference maker at the position. But how do they get a difference maker at the position if they're not drafting high enough to go get that guy? Do they make another Stafford-like trade for more of a veteran type? Do they kick the tires on a guy like Dak Prescott next year? We'll see. But that would be the big thing that I think would probably be the driver of that. Or Chief B, one of my homies popped off and claimed he's willing to put $1,000 down. They beat us in Lumen this year. Watching how garbage they're looking, I might just take that bet. What do you think? I don't know. Again, I got the Niners as first place team this year. So I think it's a year early to start putting down $1,000 bets on them falling off the face of the earth. It's not been a good look or a good start to their training camp so far with some of the issues that they've dealt with. But they've been down this road before in recent training camps where things are a little bit dark and ugly, and they find their way to the promised land at some point. Haley says McCaffrey had more than 200 touches last season and looked half dead in the Super Bowl. An injury this season is going to look bad. The wheels are ready to fall off. Joe, received. Big fan, brother. Appreciate you, Joe. I'm not trying to hope it doesn't come off. I'm not trying to hate on the Niners with it, but just it's more of just as I say, with this, just a history thing for me in watching these NFL teams that get to these states of things where it's so hard to maintain yourself as a winner in this sport. And the Niners are a smart organization, and I'll give you, they got a really good culture. It's just that it's like that father time thing, where they say he's undefeated, and he just is. And when you have so many players, I think on top of this too, and you wouldn't argue on this, I don't think, Joe, that when you have so many players on top of this too that are kind of insisting on being the highest paid guys, that nobody's taking a discount, nobody's not coming up and driving for a new contract as quickly as they possibly can get it. Nobody's not asking to be paid at the highest mark of their sport. When everybody's coming in and everybody's kind of reaching in to grab out for the money that's available, things get lean and get really tight really quickly. I mean, it certainly kind of happened a bit to our Legion of Boom team, where Russell's in there taking all the money and all the other guys want to be the highest paid and everybody wants to be getting their respect and nobody takes any kind of stock of the fact that if all of us are asking for all of the money and pushing for all of our contracts as fast as we possibly can, pushing for contracts when we still have 2 years remaining on current deals, that this is going to make it very hard for my general manager then to build out a roster that's going to be Super Bowl capable, contending, worthy, And I might be wrong, Joe, on it, but it seems like that's a bit of what they're dealing with here as they walk into next year a bit, in my opinion of it. We'll see if they can pull it off. I will give them credit. They've done a good job of, like I said, already extending out this current Super Bowl window longer than the LOB had. And they're still going to be very good this year too. Duncan says CMC gets injured every year and still destroys defenses. He does indeed. I'll say, I don't think he's slowed down yet last year. He was my MVP last year. So he certainly isn't seemingly missing anything out yet on that side of it. Haley says, watching LT and AP fall off a cliff was painful. It was a painful time to like running backs. It is. And that is a little bit of that inevitable thing I talk about where you just see it in so many backs. The great ones, the hyper-talented ones. The wall hits for everybody. Jack says, I think Donald will hurt the Rams a lot. I do too. That defense was heavily structured around Donald's presence, and you now have to kind of reinvent fully that defense without him there. I do wonder a little bit, Jack, if they're 4-2, if they don't try to place a call to Donald and get him off the retirement couch halfway into the year, if they're able to start out okay. But it's a huge loss if he's out for the full season for them. Isaac says, what? So now suddenly you don't like the parasol pick? Jamarcus, I'm so excited for the preseason this year. How much of our scheme and play style do you think we show in the preseason games? You think we are putting it all on the table so that we can get reps? I think we're going to put it all on the table to get reps, Jamarcus. You'll probably hide a little bit of the extravagant stuff, but the players have to learn. There's not a lot of opportunity to do that in camp. There's not a lot of padded practices. You really need live fire exercises when you have all of these moving parts that have to work together. And the only way to do that is to do it in the game. So I'm going to say that I expect both sides of the ball to push a lot of their scheme out there and let it roll. Seahawks Gaming low-key liked our free agents approach, took players from the top AFC team, Dotson, Bills, Bakers, Dolphins, Jaguars, and they're all starters in 2023. It's great approach in free agency, man. And this is a hell of a cap with Connor Williams here today. That's for sure. Duncan says, I just noticed your schedule. You get to take the NFC North for a test drive. That's going to be fun. It's going to be a good division, man. Division's in the best shape that it's probably been in 20 years. Tough teams. Addicted says, Brandon, I'm excited about the Hawks signing Connor, but I have a refreshing my Luke. But I've been refreshing my memory reading Luke Jokel injury signing in 2017. Don't go there. Don't shots. Now erase the Jokel memory. Yeah, I'm not sure on the Jokel comparison on this one, Addicted to Hawks for me. Luke Jokel was drafted as a top-5 tackle who flamed out a tackle and had a reasonable end to his season with the Jacksonville Jaguars before he became a free agent. And the Seahawks rewarded that final couple games of that season then at the guard position then. But he was not really a natural guard. He was a tackle. He had busted out as a tackle, and that's why he got moved to guard. So he was even just kind of an okay guard at that. Connor Williams has been a top-notch center for many years in this sport. He's a former second-round pick. So I can't quite go there on the Jokel comp with that myself. You know, that one was just a little bit of a different flavor, I think, on that one. War Chief Parasol was doomed to be garbage. It was a horrible pick. Live on air, it was definitely not a good pick, man. They didn't like it on that side of it. That's for sure. I want to go ahead and we're going to probably start to put a little bit of a button on this one, folks, if that's all right. So go ahead and I'm going to just kind of look for just if you got any final last questions in, go ahead and get the last couple questions on in here, but we're going to kind of put a button on this one now. So we've gotten just about 4 hours in. It's a good time to probably wrap this sucker on up. Hey, if you want to use my code right now, you can do so on Underdog Fantasy and not get $100 in your pocket, but get up to $250 matched up to 100% of your first deposit on Underdog Fantasy today, right now. They've got some great parlays going on, even here with baseball. You want to take advantage of Mariners. Julio Rodriguez is coming back, getting some daily fantasy on the baseball side of it. You got some bets you want to put out a place for the seasonal bets. You think this guy's going over 1,000 yards. You think this quarterback's definitely throwing for over 4,000 yards, or you think this guy's going to go under 1,000 yards rushing. You can get on that now. Put the parlays together, go earn yourself some money, get $250 in your pocket by me through the Underdog Fantasy site when you use my code NEST. Nest. Use my code. They will match you up onto that today. Thank you, Underdog Fantasy, for sponsoring us. As they have re-upped with us, they will be with us here now throughout the whole course of the next year. I will be giving you guys some of my parlay outlooks here for the season here as we get a little bit closer to the year and through training camp. But thank you to Underdog Fantasy. I really do appreciate it. There are some limitations in Washington that do apply, but if you are in a casino in the state of Washington, you can use the app in full. A couple other quick notes I just want to put out here to you guys on the channel as well. I just dropped a Howard Cosell video on the channel yesterday. So, I oftentimes get a lot of requests. I get a lot of requests here for doing uploads and getting the shorter content kind of available. And, when I started out this channel, I got to be honest with you guys, I thought a lot of this channel was going to be driven by the shorter content and those uploads and that type of stuff that's going on. But as you guys can kind of even seen, like today we got this live stream show. This live stream show will far surpass the Cosell video I dropped yesterday, which is of the shorter content. So it is just kind of a note I'd like to place out there to you guys. If you guys want to see that shorter content, we got to have the views from it. And if we're not seeing it on the shorter content, then it's going to just be a drive here to stay on the live stream stuff, because you guys are kind of telling me what you want to see. And that's what you're telling me on that side of it. So just kind of a note on that. But I really was proud of that video. If you guys get a chance, please do check that out. I also have the Hawks Nest Clips channel running strong. Daily, there's a clip channel that will be daily. There's a clip going out from these live stream shows off on that channel on a daily basis. So please, if you're not also subbed up over there, get subbed up over there to the Hawks Nest Clips channel, as that's going to be running strong this year. We've got almost getting up over to 1,500 subscribers over on that side of it. I'm really cooking out a lot of content on that other side of things. So do please get subbed up over there on that side of it. I'd really, really appreciate it. Let's get our last couple of questions on in here. War Chief, I'm absolutely picking the 49ers to come in third in the division, and that's only because the Cardinals have absolutely no idea what they're doing. Mark my words. Niners don't make the playoffs. The energy is weird right now, and I've struggled with it to see, is this really what I'm feeling and sensing from the Niners camp, or is there something else here at play that I'm just, maybe overlooking? But it just does, I don't know if the word dysfunction comes to mind. It just feels like things are in a bit of a chaotic state, and they're sort of swirling around, and you have Trent Williams holding out. You got Christian McCaffrey needing to get his new contract. You got Brandon Ayuk, because everybody's just starting to worry about money, as opposed to just everybody on a singular approach, trying to drive to that singular approach. And maybe that is all occurring. Maybe this is just a lot of just, noise coming from media and that it's internally everything is smooth sailing and that they'll get this righted, the ship all righted by the time the season starts. But we also do know that those Super Bowl, losers, those teams that do lose in the Super Bowl do have a tough year coming back the next year. It's hard to just amp yourself all the way up, to get up there, to rise up there, to get up, to climb, to scratch, to tear, to get to the top of the mountain, only to fall all the way back to the bottom and have to start it back up again. And there's that bit of that sense, I think, inside you as a team that's kind of hard to overcome. And that's why there is, I think, such a rich history at time of those Super Bowl losing teams not necessarily coming back super strong the next year, that they sort of all take a bit of a hit and, that kind of stung a little bit. Taker 610, thank you for finishing us off with a couple of donations here. Very kind of you, Taker. Appreciate the $2 dono. He says, I think Seattle getting Sonics back is when, not if. Indeed, I think that it is a matter of there's an intention by the NBA to get Seattle back to Seattle. I think that the expansion process is going to be the way that they get it there, Taker. It does seem like the NBA is not really in a big rush here either. And I don't know if it's that the NBA has some worry here about expanding the league and that they just don't feel like that they can financially pull it off because that the sport's not in a strong enough shape. But there has been also, I think, a reason within this, Taker, that they've taken this amount of time as the team has been so far out of Seattle for so very long now. You look at the Cleveland Browns, the Cleveland Browns got taken by Baltimore. They had a franchise back in that city like that. With Seattle, we're going to be going into 2 decades. Is it going to be 2027? Is it going to be 2028? I mean, maybe. But I get more of the feeling with time on this, Taker 16, is that, yeah, we will eventually get him here. But I also feel like the NBA also feels like it's not in any kind of rush to make it happen. And that sucks because I really would like to see the Sonics back. But I do feel like the more we don't get a concrete answer of when the actual time is that it's going to occur, is the longer it starts to make me think that this is going to actually take for us to truly get a team here, which sucks. Jamarcus White, Hawks Nest, who are your most flying under the radar players for you this year? Jamarcus, can you elaborate on that? Do you mean under the radar players in the NFL, or do you mean under the radar players for the Seattle Seahawks? So if you can just elaborate on that one, which one you meant with that. Flag says, let's effing go. Just woke up for the news. Just woke up with the news. It's good news, man. It's really good news. Isaac says that Cosell hype video is epically awesome. Check it out, y'all. Please do check it out. Like I say, I as much as we go forward in the future on this channel, it's going to be driven by what you guys watch and what you guys do. Part of the reason that I'm creating the Clips channel on that side of it is because you guys have asked for the shorter content on that, and that's easy, short content. But the part that I've been a little bit uncertain on is about the, putting together real, time-intensive stuff and then releasing it out and seeing if you guys like that. A Cosell video like that takes weeks and weeks and weeks to put together. So just want to see if you guys really want that or not. Because I get the impression maybe it's more just, we'll just do the live stream stuff. You know what I mean? Which is fine. I'm good with that. Jamarcus says, who are the Seahawks flying under the radar? I don't know that I've really got an under the radar guys. Jamarcus, this training camp has not really been about under the radar guys. I can tell you McClendon Curtis might suddenly become a starter where no one thought he'd be a starter. I mean, maybe that's an under the radar guy. But I would probably push back on that, Jamarcus, in saying that this has been a training camp about the over the radar guys. This has been a training camp about Tariq Woolen coming out and reclaiming what he was in the first year. This is a training camp about DK Metcalf coming out and looking like the man. This is a training camp about Geno Smith coming out there looking like a difference maker at that spot. Charles Cross, former top 10 first round pick, looking like a former top 10 first round pick. So it's not really been a plucky, try hard, here's the underachiever guy coming up with the bunch. It's more been about the guys that you want to be the centerpiece guys stabilizing themselves in their spot and being ready to go. I mean, I'm going through my mind on it, and it's just, there's not really any guy I can really claim to on that I go, this guy nobody's talking about here that they should be talking about. I think that it's in kind of that star-driven power place of things. So maybe McClendon Curtis would be the only guy, but I don't have anybody outside of that, really. I'm sorry, that I can think of, because everybody's kind of allotted and slotted into where they should be, and everybody's kind of aware of who they are and what they bring to the table. You know what George Fant brings if he starts out there for you. You know what Lincoln Tomlinson on the good and the bad is going to bring out there if he starts out there for you. I feel the same way about the backs and the receivers. I mean, I'd say Jake Bobo, but everybody's aware of Jake Bobo and what he's doing right now. And the plays that he's making out there at training camp. Everybody's aware of JSN and the fact that he's getting it done out there. So I don't think that there's been a guy that's really, to me, flown underneath the radar here, outside of Curtis, that you're hearing, really might be making some noise for even starting. It's been more of the stars on this camp than anything else. Chris's announcement this fall for 2026 season, I think. We'll see. I've heard it for a few years now that they've been saying with the announcement, and we pass the date and then no announcement comes, and part of me feels like what the NBA is trying to do is just sort of keep the Seattle fans warm, so to speak, keep them hot to trot for the thing to come there, and when we can finally get around to it, we'll kind of finally get around to it. Eventually, we'll get them in there. Eventually, starting offensive line King Bomber, as I would predict it right now, would be Charles Cross, Laken Tomlinson, Connor Williams, Phil Haynes, and then, yes, you'd have Abraham Lucas, or you'd have George Fant over there starting for you until Abraham Lucas was good enough to get out there and be able to play for you on that side of it. Poway says, how early do you recommend going to the landing to get a decent spot at training camp? I don't think you actually have to go out there early, in my opinion, Poway. There was a lot of room out there. There's a lot of people, but there's a lot of room on the berm. It's easy enough to just get kind of sat down on there. So, I think they, 1 o'clock practice, they say be there at 11 o'clock for the buses. I think that's probably a good time to get there for the buses. You have people show up early. It'll probably take you about, 25, 30 minutes to get onto the bus, 5-10 minute trip to get over there. You're sitting for about an hour before training camp starts. That's about the way to do it, I think. And King Bomber, the thing that Mike McDonald has said when asked about the offensive line is that it's not settled and they don't have anything in mind with it. So, we've got, people have referenced to me, King Bomber, depth charts. People reference that they're hearing reports that this guy's playing there, but then they're hearing that this guy's playing over there with these people. Like, it's a little bit of why we don't really have the first kind of clue on this, and there's questions I get asked where I will give an answer to it because it's, kind enough for people to watch and ask the question on. But there's a lot of times too where I just get asked questions where it's like, flip a coin. You know what I mean? Like, close your eyes and just write in a blank 5-person starting lineup, and there you go. I mean, who knows at this point? I don't think that the coaches know who their starting 5 is right now. I think the coaches are part of the reason you're signing Connor Williams is the fact that the interior of the line especially has been in a state of flux. You have no Abraham Lucas out there to right tackle. So it's understandable that there's a kind of a nervousness of Seahawks fans and wanting to know what's going on with the offensive line and what are they going to do and who's going to be the guys on it. But I don't think that there's really a set thing in place here of we really know who's going to be where at this point. I think I think we can just end up kind of spinning in circles on this one, and it doesn't really provide us really productive place to go to. Like, doesn't really matter who the starting 5 are right now. They will be who they're going to be, and the coaching staff's going to pick the 5 best guys. But us trying to predict it right now or say it's like drawing names out of a hat. And the thing that I don't like doing is I don't like doing dumb blind predictions that are based on nothing. I haven't watched one single game of this offensive line in preseason yet work together to come to a conclusion of it's this guy, that guy. I mean, I can give you names on it and stuff, but it's kind of like, who knows? You know what I mean? Who knows? Yeah, I think it's just I know it's a thing where people want to make those predictions on that King Bomber, but that's the place where I just kind of push back and I go, man, I'll give you a prediction, but I hate doing it. I really do, because what's going on right now in camp has nothing to do with what's going to be settled out once we get through 3 preseason games, once Connor Williams is in there working. I mean, you have a guy in there busting ass right now, and he gets in there with Connor Williams, and they got no chemistry. He goes in there with McClendon Curtis, and those guys can't talk together at all. It's like, well, but he works really good with Haynes. And then that becomes that just too many moving parts in there to kind of make quite the prediction on which way this will settle and that'll settle and all that. Catalyst says Lumea isn't getting cut because Seattle spent a draft pick on him. Catalyst, there have been plenty of sixth-round picks that we've had over the past 10 years that have not made the squad, have not made the team. The team is at this point, with the signing of Connor Williams especially, I would say it's very likely right now that Lumea is going to be cut and they're going to try to slide him onto the practice squad. But just because you get picked in the draft, and if you're a late-round pick, there is no guarantees that you're going to make the team. So both Lumea and Michael Jarrell are going to have a little bit of an uphill battle, I think, in making the squad. It's kind of a numbers game. And like Chris says, Lumea probably gets swiped. Oh, you hope not. But this is the upside of starting to finally build a quality offensive line, is that you end up cutting guys that'll be taken by other teams because other teams are recognizing the fact that you're building a quality offensive line on that. Phil Haynes. I meant Christian Haynes. Sorry, Bomber. I think they've been ramping it up slowly. The NBA has a game in Seattle every year. Yeah, I just don't get the ramp up slowly thing. Like, we're a dedicated fan base. You get it done. That's where I partly wonder about this being the NBA's limitations on them right now, where their financial constraints come into play. Maybe they're not getting the viewership numbers. Maybe they're not getting the action enough to facilitate adding on expansion franchises in Vegas and Seattle. I hope it's not the case. I hope they do. But I've been talking about this since I started the channel. I've been talking this with Seahawks fans that have been telling me since 2018 that it's inevitable. It's going to year away. There's an announcement coming in 2020. There's an announcement coming in 2020. There's an announcement coming in 2023. So it's like, you get that fool me once, shame on me, fool me 4 times. And until I actually see, that report saying Sonics are coming, I'm going to be like, it feels like a little bit of, Charlie Brownish with the football. Call him Cal. Do I like the fact this is a 1-year deal? I wish it had been longer. I do call him Cal. He's coming off of what's been termed a catastrophic knee injury and a torn ACL. I don't want to give a guy a multi-year contract who's never played on my team, who's coming off a major injury, and then risk having that guy come in and maybe not able to get fully on that injury. Maybe he feels great right now and he gets into game 2 or 3 and the knee starts acting up again and he comes to find that he's got some chronic issue going on there. And now you're on the hook for this salary for the next 3 years and it becomes an albatross on the salary cap. So to me, I like much better the thought process of you bring him in on a prove-it-year deal, you bring him into the program and let him get in the facilities and environment, let him get accustomed to all that, see if he is a fit to your scheme, see if he can reclaim his former glory. And if he can, then you get to the offseason and you try to sign him to a contract extension. And if you do sign him then to a contract extension, call him Cal. It doesn't count against the compensatory system of offset. If he does then go out in free agency and sign with another team on some big major market-setting deal for the center position, then you're going to get a compensatory pick probably back for that happening. So there's kind of, to me, only the upshot on this in this move. There's really no downshot to it. And I don't like that thought of paying those guys in advance. I don't, especially if you got the guy coming off that major injury. I think that's a gamble that you don't have to take. And it's worthwhile to keep it on a 1-year, $3 million deal with $3 million incentives than going the other way with it. King Bomber, I thought Lumea was a lock going into camp, but he hasn't been mentioned whatsoever throughout all these practices. Agreed. I've heard a little bit of mention on him, King Bomber, and that he's not been necessarily talked about great. That he's looked a little bit behind guys like McClendon Curtis. And the problem here with Lumea, or the tough part for Lumea coming in here, is that he's changing position. And so, he's going from trying to play tackle, he's trying to change position at the same time. He's trying to change position at the same time on a roster that's really deep. And that's a lot of stuff that you got to go up against that's, just kind of too many tough things to deal with on that. Orchie says, B, one of the things I'm super excited about going in the season so far is my man B. Murphy starting at defensive end. Such a good position for him. He'll get more one-on-ones. He will. I think Mike Donald's defense drives a lot of one-on-one blocks by their stack fronts and stuff too. And I don't know how much run on defensive end he's really going to get. There'll be some mixing and matching out there to kind of throw, I think, offenses off. But I think more often than not, you will find him on the inside at a high volume of his snaps percentage-wise. Colin Cal says, true, I forgot about the comp pick. Good point. It's a nice little button on this one. And in Colin Cal is that you can see next year how the Seahawks can manipulate the cap in a way where they don't have to play the free agency game. They can play a bit of the comp pick game on this side of it. And yeah, if this guy goes out and has a market-setting deal kind of year and a team goes out there and gives him the 4-year, $50 million deal, you're looking at maybe getting a return of a 3rd or 4th round pick back for him at that point. Boy, as a Hawks fan, we should wish for Ayuk to stay to keep the chaos and financially screw San Fran, or for him to leave. I would rather for him to leave. That weakens their team, even if they're adding Amari Cooper in reverse of that. They're a little bit less of a run blocking team at that point with Brandon Ayuk out of there. And they're, I don't think, quite as good as a receiver position either if they move him out of there. So if you can weaken the Niners, weaken the Niners. NBA would give your Seattle, but Vegas, I don't know. I don't know about Vegas either, Chris. I just think the thing with Vegas is NBA just wants to choose 2 teams. So if they expand, they got to expand to 2. What other city in the nation is going to be a city that they can go to? I mean, they've already tapped into the Memphises. They've already tapped into New Orleans. They've already tapped into kind of all the small market kinds that they can tap into. So Vegas does kind of become the one. And when you do look at the West Coast of the NBA, it's, there's not as many teams as there is over there on that East Coast. So it's a little bit of a balancing game, I think, too, at play there. I'm impressed with Curtis too, King Bomber. Looking good. 360 bets. If our O-line plays to its capabilities, what do you think that means for the offense as a whole? Could we say that it would be a dynamic at that point? I would say we could say it could be dynamic. When we had a top 10 offensive line 2 years ago through the first 10 games that Geno Smith started, 360 bets, you had one of the best offenses in the game. You had a top 5 offense at that point. You had Geno Smith playing at an MVP level. So yes, they could get right back to that spot again this year if you can give him that same performative level of play from that offensive line. What's your guess on our linebackers play this year, assuming health? I don't have the first clue on that one, 360 bets. That's going to be another one where it's kind of a blind guess to make. And I like making, if I make a guess, I try to make a guess from an intelligent standpoint. So I have in Dotson and I have in Baker 2 guys that have never played in the Seattle Seahawks. I have 2 guys playing in a scheme that they've never played before. I have Mac McDonald, who's never coached linebackers in Seattle before for this given year. So I don't know. I'm not too sure, to be honest with you. I'm sorry. I hope it'll be good, but it's too many things that I can't base anything to base my opinion off of. These are great questions. Don't get me wrong, folks, but on some of these, I don't have a good answer because it's kind of like just making a blind guess. I mean, whatever answer I give you on that 360 isn't based on anything tangible as far as me saying, yeah, because Dotson does this and he does that, and then it'll be with Baker, and they got this track record in the background, and it's just me just saying, well, this guy with that guy should fit well. They've both been pretty injured, and I don't know. I just don't know on that one. We're going to go ahead and wrap this up. We were all questioning Baker. Calm. I don't get it. I was looking at the cap, and it says the Niners have $50 million of cap space. Would you happen to know why? Would I happen to know why the 49ers have $50 million of cap space? Man, the questions. I think I'm getting hungry, or I'm just getting kind of just empty-headed here or something, because I'm not quite understanding the questions on this as well as I normally do. The 49ers have $50 million of cap space. Cal, can you expand a little bit on what you mean on your question with that? What would I happen to know why the 49ers have $50 million of cap space? I don't know what that question means. I'm sorry, brother. Yeah, I thought they were long cap. So the cap situation for the 49ers is driven by next year's cap. So what's happened, Calm Cal, is that they've got $39 million of dead money on the books next year. They are $30 million over the cap next year as it currently stands. So while, yes, they currently have $50 million in cap space, What they are seeking to do is in the NFL, when you don't use cap space up from one given year, you get to roll it on over into the next year. So you take that $50 million and whatever rolls over the next, and you want to roll it over into the next year, Cal. And the reason you want to do that is because you got the $40 million of dead money, right? Because you can't be over the cap in a given year. So what they're trying to do, and why they're not spending the money on Brandon Ayuk right now, why they're not spending Trent Williams on a contract extension right now, is because they want to use the majority of that cap to roll it over into next year so they can keep themselves under the cap. Remembering as well, Cal, they're $40 million over the cap right now, and they have to pay Brock Purdy next year. And they have to give Brock Purdy a $60 million contract on top of it. So it's both things that you have to bring into play on that side of it. Tyrese Knights looked really well, Po Boy. We'll see him in preseason games. Any chance to even see him outside of preseason? Yeah, he's looked good. He's looked fine. He's been good. Yeah, they've got, I think, 50 free agents as well on top of that, Cal. They got the $40 million like Catalyst says. And then they also have, I think, like 45 free agents in addition to that. So, you know, they need to create that cap space. They need to protect this $50 million. And that's why Brandon Ayuk's not going to probably be on a contract extension with them. They just can't afford it. But this is that thing I talk about where they're at the end of that Super Bowl window and it happens to all teams. You start having to make some tough decisions. You start having to get rid of players that you don't want to have to get rid of. You know, we had to at one point let Red Bryant go and let Chris Clemens go as our process started to begin on this, and it just continued on forward where you'd have more and more guys, and you just slowly start to bleed out talent, and then eventually the team really starts to just take it in the shorts. Isaac, you have a great night, man. Thank you for watching the show tonight. I really appreciate it. Ran the cut says, I think getting asked about the offensive line for the third time that sent you. I understand the intrigue and the curiosity. I do, and I wish maybe I had a better answer. But you know, we are in that spot too, where sometimes on these questions we got to understand. Like, I haven't seen any football yet, so like making predictions before I've even seen one guy take a single snap in a preseason game based off of padded practices that only started up as padded practices about a week ago. It's early to make those kind of predictions on that, you know. And I give you an answer, but then I'm just giving you an answers, and then that I don't like that because I'm not giving you accurate potential answers, you know, especially even on the starting offensive line, which could be, I mean, we could end up with Haynes as our starting offensive line left guard. You know, they could go so many different ways of a potential right now at this point. You know, it's really tough to say. Chris, I don't know if Purdy's going to be a long-term thing either, man. I certainly wouldn't want to be paying him $55-60 million. That would make me nervous. That would make me very, very nervous. All right. Well, we're going to put a button on this one at this point, folks. Thank you to everyone for a really, really fun chat. And I do hope this move gets folks hyped. I'm not a guy that wants to be a hype man. I'm not a guy to try to gas up Seahawks fans. I'm an optimistic guy. I'm going to look at my team. I'm going to be hopeful for my team. But I ain't going to do it blindly. And this is not a move about blind support with Connor Williams. This is a move about making a substantial upgrade to a position that is, as I said earlier, maybe the most substantial upgrade that you've made on this team to a position anywhere on either side of the ball this offseason. It's no small thing here, this upgrade and being able to get this guy, and you're doing it because of a market opportunity, because of a late season injury that he sustained last year. That's why you're able to jump on this and take advantage of this. But this is a great player, a guy that fits this scheme so purely and wonderfully. And as long as he's healthy, he takes this offensive line up. As long as he's healthy, he's going to help to solidify some things on the inside here. The guards still got to get figured out. Who knows what they're going to do there? I don't know. Every other day, there's somebody new fitted into this spot. They're rotating through. They're searching for it. They're looking for it. They're banging the drum. Nobody's taken hold yet, but they're looking, and there's a lot of bodies in there for it to eventually settle out. And so we will see sooner than later. We got some preseason games coming here on the 10th and on forward. So we'll learn a little bit closer. We got the inter-squad game between the Titans next week. We'll learn a little bit more at that point. I'll be able to give you guys a little bit more certainty on my outlook on where this is going to go. It's just a bit touch and go right now. It's a bit touch and go. But you should be fired up for Connor Addicted. You all should be, because this is a player that's hard to find. A scheme fit mobile center in their prime with a track record of consistent performance that you get on the cheap. These kind of NFL deals, they don't come better than that, in my opinion. I want to put a big thank you out to all of the many donations on the channel here today. Taker610, Jeffrey, John, Isaac, Yallin multiple times, Duke Juan, Long Live the King, Randall McDaniel, my man, Yallin a bunch of times, Daniel Bailey. You guys are amazing, as you guys always are on that. I want to really thank you guys for your support. The season just got a lot more exciting from my perspective. The potential of your team just went up just a little bit of a notch from my perspective of it. And it's a year early, maybe. Maybe we got to wait a year and we got to take our lumps, our ups and downs to find our final footing to become a contender into the future. Or maybe right here and now, we're going to be ready to go. It's going to be fun to watch how this season plays out. I don't know what the hell is going to happen, but it will be absolutely, absolutely must-watch TV, this team, to see what they're going to do and how this plays out. Thank you guys for watching. I really, 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 really do appreciate it. If you could for me, please hit that like button. It is a big thing in helping out this channel. It makes me show up on the algorithm, helps me pop up to all those people that are looking for Seahawks content. I will be back here on Thursday with our initial B&B show of the season, meeting with Seahawks Brendan Nelson, as we're going to be previewing this Chargers game, Harbaugh versus McDonald, mentor versus master. And we'll see if he can get over on him, so we'll be doing that. I will be, of course, live streaming the game on Saturday here and doing a play-by-play on that at that point in time. So if you guys are looking for a place to check out, we'll be doing post-game coverage as well on that day. So please do join me over here on this side of things. We will be back very soon. 48 hours, a little less than 40 hours, back with the B&B show. Until that time, I shouldn't have to hype you up here after you made a great signing like this, where you got a potential Pro Bowl player for peanuts. That should have you hyped up in itself. But if it doesn't, let me do it for you right now. Your Seahawks offensive line is no longer going to be a weakness. It's no longer going to hold this team back like it has held them back for years. Your defensive line that has been a sieve, that has let misbegotten teams like the Raiders run it down their throat for a full game, has reinforced, re-enlisted, stocked that defensive line back up to try to make those problems go away. They have addressed what have been issues. They have addressed what have been the biggest issues this offseason in a variety of different ways. Does this bring out a Seahawks winner? I don't know if it's going to bring out immediacy for a team that's going to be one of the youngest in the NFL, but the potential is there for it to happen. I would love to see it happen, and I wouldn't be shocked if it did happen. So I have hope for this season. Don't just merely decide that the year's out and you got to kind of side-eye it here, and I'll get back to them next year when they're truly ready to go. No, we're ready to go right here and now. Connor Williams is a Seattle Seahawk. This offensive line is going to be improved. This team is going to be improved. So strap in, Seahawk fans. Get ready. But beyond all that, don't you ever forget, go Hawks.